everybody. 1 second. I'm going to make sure you can actually hear me and try to make the screen look better. There we go. Thank you all so much for being here. Hopefully you're all doing really well today. We're going to have a good time playing some City Skylines 2. And I was not lying with the title. We're not going to stop streaming until we get the unemployment below 4%, which might be the dumbest idea I've ever had, but we're going to see. Maybe it's the best one. It's hard to say. I've got some ideas on how to tackle unemployment. Yes, I know. A lot of cities now have like 25% unemployment. What if I complete that in 10 minutes? If I complete it in 10 minutes, then we'll just keep building. We'll just keep building. It's still too low, right? Okay, right now, we are at, first of all, I added a couple of mods. I added InfoLoom and city statistics so you guys can see what I'm doing. So the unemployment's right here. And right now it's like 25%, I think. Something crazy. Oh, even better. I've let it run for a couple minutes. We're at 29.8%, 29.9 and growing. We're not in a good place. So we're gonna need to figure that out. I've also installed InfoLoom. If you're not familiar with InfoLoom, it's an OG mod, one of the first, and it has a whole bunch of information. You can really dive into the simulation to try to figure out what you actually need. It takes a second as it goes through all the information and pulls it, but you're able to see where you have unemployment issues, where you have a lack of demand or a lot of demand for a certain product. So there's a lot of information that you can dive into. I've been meaning to pull this into more of my builds. I just haven't. So I think that this is going to be really helpful for us, but I will be upfront and say, haven't used it a lot. So that's going to make all of this really interesting. And there's a couple of views in here that I think, this one in particular, demand. No, products, that's what it was. Where we'll be able to really dive in and look at the details and see which products that we're missing. Now I want to use this in combination with another mod that I've added, which is specialized industry zones, which is going to allow us to zone specific industries. So I think it's super tackleable. I think it's going to be totally possible. And maybe I'm delusional, but I think on July 11th, 2025, I want to be super delusional and hope that I can do something with this. In the meantime, Raiders. We got a raid from Rookie Thomas. Rookie, always good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Raiders, how you doing today? Welcome on in. You smell economic collapse. We'll find out. Nice European city. Well, nice European city with lots of holes that we've got here. We've tried our best. But what I'm thinking, we talked about this at the end of the last stream. We're probably going to add industrial over here. It's a shame to take this beautiful beach and industrialize it, but also you got to have industry. You can't just have a city that's all residential and office. You have to have some industry. So yeah, sounds fine to you. We need more train stations. We've got one, but we definitely need more. Well, we got two. Is that beer or coffee? It's noon for me. So this is my Tim Hortons in my Yeti with a bunch of hot sauce stickers. That's the best I got today for my brew. What pack is the train station? This is from the Mediterranean. That's from the Mediterranean content creator pack. So beautiful train station, absolutely beautiful. And this isn't even the best version of it. We can actually upgrade this to add this beautiful glass canopy over the top of it, or extra platforms. Just an awesome asset. I don't know if you guys saw the leaks. There were a couple. It was in the City Skylines Discord. Someone dropped that the next 2 content creator packs were leaked somewhere in your files at this point. It's a skyscraper. What were they? Skyscrapers and oh gosh. You guys, 32 subs as a part of the hype train. You guys are sick. You guys are amazing. We're gonna talk about that in a second. But I wanna remember. You heard Madison got a big thunderstorm in the next couple days? Oh, we're good. We're good. Julian, first of all, it's been a hot minute since we've chatted. If you guys don't know who Julian is, Julian's amazing. Julian created the Struggle is Real shirt, all the merch. Thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Thank you all. Julian, thank you for the gifted sub. Clovis Grundy, thank you for the gifted sub. Picana, thank you for the Prime. God of Radio, thank you for the 19 months of Tier 1. Always happy to be here. Always grateful for the videos. Thank you so much. Rookie Thomas, thank you for the raid. Sandbender, thank you so much for the Tier 1 for 3 months. Just got back from a family vacation, visited 4 medieval castles and ruins. So much fun. I got to check them out sometime. Seriously, absolutely. Would love to do that. Julian, thank you for 18 months. It's been a while since I saw your name. I am well. And I was thinking of you actually recently. DJ John Merrick, always good to see you as well. 19 months. Clovis Grunty, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Planks, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. Agupta, thank you so much for 15 months of Tier 1. Camphor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Darth Frostbite, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. JPM, thank you for the 19 months of Tier 1. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well. QZ, thank you for the 17 months of Tier 1. Welcome on in. Thank you, Cord, for the 14 months. Oh my goodness, I missed so much. Lane, thank you for the 15 months of Tier 1. Hello, everyone, especially Poplar Ponderosa. I'm going to talk about Poplar in a second. Vivalat, thank you so much for the Prime. First Necron, 20 months. How is that possible? Tier 3, thank you so much. For anyone who doesn't know, First Necron is why I'm on Twitch, doing a partner. And why after this stream, I will actually be booking my TwitchCon stuff with my editor. My editor's gonna come with. So if you want to see us, we will be in San Diego in October, which should be a lot of fun. Vainglorious, you don't need to subscribe if you don't want to, but thank you for 20 months. Vainglorious Gaming is our new moderator for Twitch. So I just want to thank Vainglorious first of all, and let you guys know that everything that comes through Twitch today, every gifted sub, every subscription, every all the bits, I'm giving it all to Vainglorious to get a 4K monitor as a thank you for becoming a moderator. It's going to be a huge help for me, so I appreciate that. So everything that's come through, that's going straight to Vainglorious, and I appreciate you guys for everything. Yes, it's the Vainglorious Gaming Fund today. Darth Frostbite, thank you for 11 months of Tier 1. Xavier, thank you for 16 months of Prime. Phineas, thank you so much for the Prime. Yes, you guys are insane. Thank you so much. San Diego's only a 3-hour drive. You might go. Do it. I will be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I will get info out soon. Lenny, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the continuous support. Appreciate it. The boy is Shining Hammer. Yes, he will be helping us ban people when we have problems. So thank you. Speaking of Poplar, so well, actually, we'll talk about that in a second. I want to buy some tiles and start. I want to buy some tiles and talk about the plan, and then we'll start building it. I'll tell you a little bit about what's going on with Poplar, because it's important stuff. So basically, we're gonna place a harbor right here, and then I want to build an industrial area around it, but I don't want to just spam things, but also I want to zone things. So there's gonna be a really delicate balance that we have to maintain here. First things first, though, I'm gonna get the harbor in place and get rid of the beautiful beach, because we're gonna turn it into an industrial. We won't call it an industrial wasteland, but it might be. That's how we're done with it. Does anyone know the size of the grid I'm using for the European blocks? I have not focused on a specific grid size. I've just been building as I see fit and trying to do so organically, thinking about the assets more than the grid itself. So if you want to replicate what I'm doing, the best way would be to download the save and you can look at it there, because I've been uploading these after every single one of these. Anyway, okay, we've got to unlock our boats. So we'll get all of our water transportation unlocked, and then I'm going to place this thing. Behind this, I'm going to have some factories. I'm going to place only things that we need, and I'm going to try to place warehousing, the related warehousing right next to it to keep it super efficient. Oh, I've also done one more thing. I thought that one of my issues was offices, and that's been an issue that the bug is back. Super frustrating. But there is a fix for the office bug if you guys are experiencing it. Office sales go. So this is the 5 out of 5 office employees bug fix. So I've added this into the build. So that's already going to help unemployment. And then we've also got the mod that allows us to have separate industry. So I think between the two of those, that should go a long way, but things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. Anyway, so that's the game plan. We're going to plop this. And I just want to hang out for a minute. Ocarina. St. Petersburg, Russia recently experienced a flood. Thankfully, you have a barrier, but still strong wind, bent a lot of trees. They fell in your neighborhood. Nothing was damaged. Hopefully everyone's okay there. It's definitely that time of year if you're in the Northern Hemisphere where we've just been experiencing a lot. It's been a lot. We've also had a lot of rough weather as of late, but nothing like that. Thankfully, we've had storms, but nothing like that. Hopefully everyone's all right. What's the name of the industry mod? The industry mod that I've installed is, I believe it's Specialized Industries. One second. Specialized Industrial Zones. It is an alpha mod, is what Dylan2 says. I have absolutely adored it. Let me drop a link to it for you guys. There's a link. Absolutely an amazing mod. Absolutely an amazing mod. Yeah, Clovis, you agree? I have not experienced the mod that. Well, first of all, I feel like this is a mod that should be in the base game. Like we should be. This is the way that industrial should work, where we have a little bit more control over it, more information. There's such a deep simulation under the hood. We have no control over much of it. So you're able to see, like, let's just like, first of all, trade costs. What do I do with the trade costs? What does this even mean? Industrial DLC. So that was the thing. It was like a shipping. So there's going to be a skyscrapers content creator pack and like a shipping content creator pack. And someone found the icons in the City Skylines folder. You think they need to make it simpler? I don't disagree with that. So I feel like there should be 2 game modes. Like there are 2 game modes. There's an easy mode and a normal mode. I feel like in the easy mode, you could just spawn things in and have a general industrial zone if that's what you wanted. In the normal mode though, if you're gonna give me, if there's all this stuff happening under the hood, I don't think they can simplify it in an easy way. We just need to understand what we're looking at. Like I should be able to control it. I should have more information. Like this right here is super interesting. So it talks about the resources that we have demand for. And I can see that we've got a ton of demand right now for food. It's one of the things that we have the most demand for. Food. It looks like we have a lot of demand for grain. So that's probably fuel. A lot of demand for petrochemicals. I just talked about that. Electronics demand is through the roof. Pharmaceutical demand is very high. What do I do with that? I could just wildly zone. But the thing is, it doesn't always give you what you want or what you need. It kind of gives you kind of a random thing that it thinks that you need. So yeah, too complicated? I don't disagree. But here's the thing. Okay, so let's just make a little harbor, and we'll see how complicated it truly is. And in the meantime, you kind of have to use specialized industry buildings and hope for targeting those. No, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna use some specialized industry and hopefully target that. So I think that's my hypothesis, Vainglorious. I think that you place those, that starts to spur the supply chain, brings a company into the region. And then I think after that, you should be able to specify the industrial type. For anyone who doesn't know much about zoning, in the real world, you don't just zone for industrial and whatever wants to show up there does. You can actually say, it can get really specific. So when I worked in the suburban area, Sun Prairie, you were actually able to say like this, the only type of industry that's okay here is auto care. Or the only type of industry that's okay is, a heavy industry or something of that nature. So I feel like in the game, I should be able to specify. I don't want to say only car care. Like that's an unreasonable level of detail. Unreasonably, I think that it's where a lot of cities go wrong is they start to zone in and they say that only this is allowable in the zoning district. But I think that being able to specify in a general way what we have here, which is manufacturing, forestry, agriculture, or oil, that's super rational. And being able to specify between, manufacturing only, whatever, and warehousing only, that also makes a lot of sense. So I feel like that's the level of control that we should have. And that was available in Cities 1 with districts. I didn't like the way it was handled in Cities 1 where you had all these different districts that you could paint, but this seems to make sense. Which is officially on Team Pineapple. What is Team Pineapple? What does this even mean? I have no idea what that means. You've seen zoning requirements for all kinds of things, pretty obscure stuff. Yeah, Poplar. It can be insane. Like, so one of the problems, and I experienced this directly, is you'll have a comprehensive planning effort, and there will be this desire, rightfully so, to clean up the zoning. But then you have all this stuff that exists already. And rather than trying to, grandfather existing zoning in and, figure out how best to handle things, there's this desire to fit everything that exists into an existing box. So you make all these new zoning categories that accommodate the existing land uses, and you end up with 1,000 of them. And some of them are so specific that they don't work for anything else. And Madison is absolutely, the zoning code in Madison is insane. Like, it's not Madison specific, but like just going through it, seeing how many different residential categories there are, how many different industrial categories. And it's like that in so many cities, where over the years, you end up specifying either you don't want a use that exists right now, or you want to, create clean categories. You got to do something with the old stuff. Just ends up being a mess. So, but there is a certain amount of control that I think is reasonable. Being able to specify the density or the intensity of an industrial zone makes total sense. Cord, want zoning absurdity? City across the river from you has a historical center. Average building height is 10 stories. Now developers fighting to stick a 45-story condo in there. Well, Cord, I think this is it's really a city visioning question. What does the city envision for its future? Does it want to preserve its past, or does it have a different vision for the future? Because if the vision for the future is a very high density city in general, then maybe it makes sense to have that. But I feel like that's something that, you got to know. Pineapples. Anyone tried roasted corn on their pizza? Only on a taco pizza. Each time I put a pineapple, a cute animal dies. Okay, guys, I need to understand the pineapple thing. I need to understand it. What is this Team Pineapple? What did I miss? I've been gone. We didn't stream last week. Pineapple on pizza. Oh. Let me just say, that's disgusting. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that you guys have gone there. That is just not right. That is just not right. I actually made homemade pizzas yesterday. No, 2 days ago. And I'll tell you what I didn't put on pizza at all. There's no pineapple. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's disgusting. We know what to do with cottage cheese? Indeed. I eat one of the best foods, foods ever made, cottage cheese. That is a hill that I will die on. If I get canceled over my views of cottage cheese, I will say that people have been canceled for bad things. That would be a good thing. And I'm all about it. What about black olives? I love black olives. And on pizza, black olives are good, for sure. In fact, that was probably one of the bigger disappointments of the pizzas. I forgot to open up the black olives. So, what my youngest daughter has a friend, her best friend in the whole world. So they haven't seen each other all summer. We invited her parents over, and we're trying to become friends with their parents. It's a fun thing. And that's the interesting thing about having kids is meeting these new adults and making friends as an adult. It's hard, but we're trying, and I really like them. So hopefully it works. But I totally messed up with pizza toppings because I got into the conversation, just trying to not be weird, which is hard. Black olives are vile things. Don't even try to pass as food stuff. Listen, I hated black olives for the longest time. My mom was a big fan of black olives, and we have family in Chicago. And when I was a kid, we were driving to Chicago, and I don't know why my mom thought that this was an appropriate snack for a car, but she took a can of black olives and was eating them in the car. And then at the end, you're left with this can of juice. So she was like, you know what? I don't know what I do with this can of juice. So I'm going to open up the window and we'll just let it fly. And, you can have lots of different opinions about whether it's ethical to dump your can of juice out the car window. But I will tell you what was bad was that I was in the back seat and I had my window open. And as a result, I got a face full of black olives. I was not super pumped about that. Not my favorite. But because of that, I didn't like them for the longest time. But my opinions have changed. I'm good now. Good to see me, Steve. I'm well. I'm good. Yum. So the worst part is we weren't even to Madison. So I still had hours in the car smelling like a black olive. And, she was like, it'll dry. And it would. And it did. But it took a long time. Not my most fun thing. Oh, guys. How's it going, everybody? I'm realizing on YouTube, I counter-programmed myself, putting up the video right before the stream and making it the longest video I've posted in a long time. That's a reasonable trauma response. Not liking it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You like both, Ocarina? I mean, then you're like my wife. My wife is a fan of both black olives and pineapples. She's very versatile. I'm not. I'm inflexible when it comes to pineapple. So just so you guys know what I'm doing, there is a way to exit the port from the side here, which is a really cool thing that I saw about this asset on Reddit. But it makes me want to do something with this, and just teeing it into here doesn't make a lot of sense. So this right here is going to be a circulation road that goes up and leads to, basically, we're going to make like a main gate into this area. Because if you're coming to the port, one thing I realized when I went to Gary to go to the dunes was that all of these port complexes, they have an entry point. And like as a normal motorist, you can't just drive in there. So I figure, and I think Savannah was the same way. So we're going to funnel everything. We'll have like a looping road that circulates through here. And then inside we'll have some industrial. And maybe it'll feel like the industrial flows out of here as well. But there won't be a way to get to the port unless you're going through this one point of access. That's also going to mean that we need to have all of our utilities back here, because if we were to have fire, we need to have easy access. So our one reliever is going to be right here into the heart of the city. So this will be like a minor back entryway. And the fact that the grades are going to be really challenging for freight is going to make this even more of a back entryway into here. But again, it's not the main entrance. It's just the main way to get to the city. Good afternoon from Ontario. Oh, hello. Thank you for being here. Is CS2 worth a shot? On a little older computer. Yours worked, but mods took forever to load when the game was clunky. I don't know how long it's been since you played. What I will say, it is dramatically better than it was if you initially played back in 2013. It's night and day. Like you will be shocked at how much better the game is. If you're talking a few months back, you may be disappointed. I feel like there have been some pretty brutal bugs that people have been contending with as of late, myself included. Where it's just like, I don't know why this is happening, but it is. So it all depends on when. As far as the hardware itself, performance has improved dramatically with every update, or maybe not dramatically with every update, but it's improved with every update and dramatically since release. That's about the best I can do. I don't really know how to help there. I maybe draw a segment right here. Maybe I can do it like it is network multi-tool. I'll just well, actually, you know what? I'll just do a bit of grading. We'll just do a bit of grading. Network multi-tool is so good. I know. It's also super complicated. And it's one of those mods that like, we have to remember that that's a mod that like combined a whole bunch of mods, and it took years to come to fruition. So as much as I desperately want it, I get why we don't have it just yet. It's what you miss. Yeah, being able to, so the node thing, by the node thing, I mean, there's a multitude of node things. We can't add nodes anymore the way that we used to, which was like my favorite feature in Cities 2 with the road tools. So that's a bummer. That one's already a bummer. So network multi-tool would help with that. The other thing is being able to flatten out nodes. I find that I use Move It a ton to just mess with nodes now. And that's not the way Move It was designed to be used. You will die on what hill? Shane. Hold on. I can look at just your message. It's the best cheese on a cheeseburger, though. You will die on that hill. That's a different hill. You made it. Curie, thank you for being in here. Late because of Magnolia County 50. Me too. I'll tell you guys, I've been working on Magnolia County 50 at this point for a week and a half. It's the longest I think I've worked on a video in a while. The scope of it kept growing and I was really enjoying the build. So it just went nuts. So I apologize for the length of the video. My editor said, what's the length of this video supposed to be? And I was like, I don't know. Part of me wanted to say 2 hours. I'll just divide it and make it a part 1 and part 2. And then it's like, you know what? The length of we're not going to let the length of the video dictate what the video is. We're just going to, if it's long, it's long. Sometimes you just got to do it. It's fine. Have I fully left City Service? Am I still doing City Planet? No, I left. Fundamental conflicts between being a YouTuber and a public servant. I think I'm one of the things that makes me unique as a YouTuber, Twitch streamer, is that I was a public figure before this. So being a public figure before and after is really complicated because a lot of conflicts there. So as much fun as it was having people tune into my public meetings from Germany, when the license got exhausted, I got yelled at a couple of times, and I realized that maybe I was a distraction. You love the distraction of the city? Or the destruction of the city? I had to do it. I was just really unhappy with Paradise Bay. And I think it started to become very evident. This is getting back to Magnolia County 50. I think it started to become very evident that I was avoiding Paradise Bay because I just didn't like the city. I thought that the city, every build, the city got a little bit worse. And it's hard because I've crafted these intricate stories and I have ideas about where they're gonna go. And because of that, I get very reluctant to call major mulligans. But sometimes you just have to. And I have zero regrets. I think that Paradise Bay is exactly what I wanted it to be before. I think the direction that it's going in is really exciting. I'm excited to build in it again. And ultimately, if you're not excited to build in your build, you should go back to the drawing board. But it has made me reconsider a couple of things. You have so many abandoned cities because of the same issue, the Planksta? Yeah, I mean, I was legitimately, I didn't want to play in it anymore. I just did not want to play in it at all. So I had to do something. And I feel like it worked. You feel like this is every city you build? Well, so because of that, I'm going to actually be launching a third series. Another series where the goal is progression in City Skylines 2. It's learning the game. It's playing with the assets. It's purely experimentation and just having a good time with the game. So the goals will be redevelopment and growing a city quickly, you maybe not fully utopian building, but something similar. And I'm going to give myself for each video a much more limited time to build, kind of like I did with Verde Beach. By necessity, when I built in Verde Beach, I was recording after work. So I had I'd have a simple concept and I wouldn't practice it much. I would look for 30 minutes before I built, come up with an idea, and then just get to building. And I want to do something very similar. So yeah, we'll see. The goal will be to release at least one of those videos a week, but there might be some videos or some weeks where I'm releasing 2. I'm going to try not to edit anything myself, give 100% of it to my editor, which is not something I normally do. And just go faster. And just go faster and break things and be willing to call mulligans. There won't be a bunch of B-roll. There won't be a super crazy storyline. I'll be talking about the history of the build in terms of like historical development patterns. But yeah, it's just going to be we're trying to play and do some fun things. So yeah, we'll see. It's frozen and it's delayed a bit. It's not on my end. I apologize. Do I think I'll ever make any more of the Ultimate Beginner's Guide to CS2? Yes. I will be working on one of them to go over the region packs soon, and then I won't be doing another one until the DLC comes out. The whole point of that entire series was supposed to be a place to showcase, to basically showcase all of the different assets that we're getting. And we just haven't gotten all that many. So I don't know. The other thing that's been a little frustrating, I will be upfront, is as the game changes and things that like are fundamentally broken get fixed. I mean, there's already an episode. The road building guide that was part of the Ultimate Beginner's Guide is now no longer valuable because adding nodes is different. So like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you used to be able to, and the best way for me to demonstrate this is actually, I will add a quick bus stop. So if I add the bus stop here, I get this crazy long bay. And you used to be able to come through and you can see it wants to shrink this up. I double click, I add a node. But here's the thing. I'm double clicking, I'm quadruple clicking, I'm clicking for days and it's not adding the node. And then when I let go, I still have the crazy long bus bay. This is a huge downgrade. I know why they did it. It's because there was a bug that caused the crash to desktop. This was not the way. I hope they fix it. Now we can do the old Cities 1 thing where you add this, and then we can do the Cities 2 thing where we can change the road type and then get rid of this. And now we have that shrunken up, but I'm just going to be honest with you. That's a real pain in the butt. It's very hacky. It feels silly. But that fundamentally changes the Ultimate Beginner's Guide. And the reason why I haven't done more with that series is these sorts of changes that fundamentally alter the way that the game is played keep coming. They keep coming rapidly. And it makes it very difficult for me to both understand the game at a very deep level, as well as very difficult to produce a guide about it that is relevant over a long period of time. So I don't really know what to do about that. Sort of go into assets as they come out and not do a lot else. Like the accidental node tool. Yeah, it was such a great bug. These types of changes are exactly why you haven't made a map making tutorial. Poplar, it's impossible. It's impossible. But speaking of Poplar, that is exactly that series I talked about. We're going to be working on one of Poplar's maps. So he and I are talking about a couple of things. It's going to be fun. It's going to be real fast. A series concept for me from Local Magic. Choose a group of super fans to role play as the founders of the city that I build. They could be council members, mayor, important capitalists, homesteaders, educators, etc. Have them come up with opinions on how to grow and develop the city. The local government makes the final decision. Then you follow through with those decisions to the best of my ability. I've actually contemplated something like that. If I were to do that, and maybe, Yorkie, good to see you, buddy. Maybe the way to do it is I'm going to be just kind of ready, set, shoot with this series. I unlock a building. I'm going to try to figure out how to use it right away. But through the tech tree, they're not the tech tree, but the development tree, I could decide what to pursue. And maybe I leave polls on Discord in City Hall, which is where the Twitch subs, channel members, patrons all go. Maybe that's how I do it. And I will give you a couple of episode concepts. And under that time crunch, which I think I'm going to give myself like 2 hours to record. Some episodes will be amazing. Others will be kind of a mess. It'll be fun along the way. I'll let you guys choose. I like that idea. That's a neat idea. Dibs on being a pain on council about conservation efforts. I think we're going to have more opportunities in Paradise Bay coming up soon. Because now I feel like I can finally get back to the story, which is the thing that I had not been able to do. Now, there's one city you'd love to see me look up for inspiration. It's Niederhole in the state of Rio. Good way of dealing with terrain. I will hold this thought. It might not be an exact now thing, but give me a second, because I need to get some. I need to start tackling this. We've done nothing with unemployment. I didn't even set up the routes here. we've got folks coming in and we got no route set up. It's amazing. I'll end up with a council full of chuckles. Well, so that's the thing. You might think that we get a council full of chuckles, but there are more people that like chaos than you might imagine. And I have a feeling that we'd have some environmentally minded chuckles. And then we'd also get a number of people who want a gigantic interchange just for the sake of chaos. Which I get. Also look up potato onion pierogi. Rengray. I actually had those the other day. Delicious. They were don't think that I'm a super talented cook and they were homemade. That Costco sells potato onion pierogies. And they take being able to make a meal that the entire family likes in 10 minutes is amazing. And that's one of them. So, yeah. Can I redevelop Hilton Head Island? Funny, I was close to there. I never got to it. You want 6 parking stalls for every resident? See, this right here is the kind of chaos that I'd expect to see. That is the exact kind of chaos. YouTuber user finally got to catch me live on Twitch. What city am I planning today? Well, welcome in, Hen. Thank you for being here. You can watch wherever you'd like to watch. Well, actually, I can't say that, but I'm gonna say it anyway, with fear of getting banned. We are building. I think we're calling this mini Europe now. This is basically New Rome. That's New Dresden, and we're building stuff. We're building stuff. How was my 4th of July weekend? Missed the first 30 minutes. Did I do a recap? Well, so I did not. My 4th was great. I went to. I had a friend in from California, and he came with his family. It was the first time. This is the best man in my wedding. One of my best friends, awesome dude, came with his family, and it's the first time that our kids met. My youngest and his oldest are about a year apart in age. They just like hit it off. Like I'm hearing about it. I'm hearing about his daughter every day. I upheld when I was in California. One of the hobbies that I've gotten into is 3D printing. And after the 40th birthday party, after I had a couple drinks, I promised her that I would make a toothless from How to Train Your Dragon for her. And I actually upheld my end of the bargain. She didn't think I was going to. And she brought her toothless to shame me. And I get out of the car and I'm like, I got mine. I brought this for you. Not only that, it's way cooler than the one that you brought. And I feel like I won some super cool Uncle Phil points. So I felt good about that. I felt good about that. And so we ended up hanging out. Went to Noah's Ark. Had a good time. My kids actually did some things there, which was cool. It's good. It was good. All of it was good. Is there any Scandinavian in my build? I mean, the general vanilla assets are Scandinavian. We haven't added any of those yet. Maybe at some point we'll add some. But yeah, nothing yet. My uncle, yeah. They just come up, Uncle Phil. I love it. It's the best. So yeah, it was good seeing his family. We're already making plans to make it a thing. My wife found out that there's a new Delshire hotel that's opening up, which she's like super pumped about. It's gonna basically be a wizard themed hotel with a dragon when you enter and swim up bars, which I'm all about. 5 Olympic sized swimming pools and themed rooms. So it's what the Dells is about. The Dells, if you've never heard of the Dells, I don't know how to describe it outside of just showing it to you. It's just a weird place. It's basically, it's just a bunch of amusement parks. It's a city of 3,000 people, 2 cities actually, where it's just amusement parks and hotels and like just crazy attractions. It's just a tourist trap. The whole thing is, but it's fun to go to. And when you're there, it just all looks like this. It's just a gigantic road full of traffic with a whole bunch of different attractions. And I feel like this is the wrong time of year to show it to you because nobody's here in the fall, and that's when Google drove through. But like the Upside Down White House, Mount Olympus, the different things like that. Just roller coasters, different attractions. People come from all over the Midwest to go to it. Big Transformers. God, it looks really sad in the fall. Is Wisconsin Dells far from me? From my house, I was able to get to, we stayed at Chula Vista. It was, what is it? 55 minutes door to door. It's not far at all. It's very convenient to get to. Very convenient. And that makes it all the better. Because once I was done, I was ready to be home, and it didn't take long to get back. Our Toronto, I'm good. So yeah, that's where I was last week. That's why I didn't stream. I was in the Dells hanging out with them. Brought the Switch 2, played some Mario Kart. Went downtown with my buddy, had some drinks. That was cool. Spent a lot of time in the water. That was also a lot of fun. Yeah, Dells are magical for really short visits. Yes. So that was the interesting thing about this. Obviously, he's in from California and he wants to be around longer. We usually do an overnight or like 2 nights. So we were gone for 4 days. That's the longest that I've been in the Dells in a long time. And over the 4th, there's a lot of people there. It's just it was all people from all over the U.S. That was the crazy thing. Like I was seeing Texas plates. I saw South Carolina plates. I saw Iowa. I saw Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Missouri. And then there were people like Tennessee, people like my friend who were in from California. So it's pretty cool. Cord, have a good one. Thank you for being here. So yeah, it was good. Let's go. I talk too much. Let me tell you something. I talk. That's all I do on stream. that's all you do on stream. It's basically. I think Canadian Moose has said this the best. Streams. CS2 streams are basically just chatting streams where you happen to build a city in the background. That's what they really are. So I apologize. I will never be very efficient at this. I will always be a garbage streamer because of that. And the level of stuff I get done on stream will always be poor. Just keep talking 12-hour stream. That's a good point. I actually do have to get something done though, because I promised that. You apologize for Missouri drivers? Listen, no one can hold a torch or a candle or anything to Illinois drivers. Listen, I love all my friends in Illinois and the greater Chicagoland area. Y'all are terrible drivers, and you should calm down. It's not that bad. You're not gonna get there that much faster by driving like that. You just calm yourself. It's okay. I am going to try to take care of some of the demands here. So food is a huge one. We're going to start out. I talked about my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that if we zone for food and then we zone, specialized industry for food, then we zone for food, then we'll start to meet that demand and our unemployment will go down. But I also want to look at our demographics. To see where we have the most unemployed workers. Denver drivers are insane. I lived in Denver for 2.5 years. Couldn't really tell you how the drivers are. I didn't really drive while I was there. When I was in Denver, my car was just a ticket machine. I biked everywhere. I took the bus. I walked. Denver's an amazing place to utilize alternative transportation. It's really a well laid out city, and the community just generally invests in alternative transportation. So it might be insane to be a driver in Denver. Just don't do it. You don't have to do it. Come to Spain, and I'll mainly see crazy ones. I actually did hear that from my wife when she went there. She didn't drive while she was there, but she said it seemed like the drivers are crazy from her Ubers or her whatever it was. DJ Serbia, I'm not going to say that on stream. I can't say that. Denver drivers all go 20 over. It sounds like folks from Illinois. 20 or 30 over. Just like you think you're going fast enough, and they just blast by you on the interstate going 95 miles per hour. Looking super casual too. That's the thing about it. Like, why do you look that relaxed when you're going that fast? And where the heck are you going? Like, you're not going to get there that much faster. Also, I cheer. I just want to let you know, if you're in Illinois and you come to Wisconsin, you drive 90, I legitimately cheer when I see you pulled over, because your car, you like the level of, I know that this is going to sound super nerdy and no one cares, but there is actually like this graph out there that shows how the percentage of chance of dying in an accident goes up as you increase your speed in 5-mile increments. And by the time you're at 70, the chance, if you're in a severe accident, that you die is already very high. But when you get to like 90, it's basically a guarantee. So every time I see someone going that fast, I just think to myself, you have decided that the chance of dying in an accident, not even an accident, let's not call this an accident, it's a crash at that point. The chance of dying in a crash is worth it to you. Either you killing someone else, and especially this, I see someone like a Jeep, or not a Jeep, but rather a Tahoe or something like that, or a Suburban. The chance of killing someone else is worth getting to the Dells that much faster. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, at that point, when you're going that fast, you're an idiot. You don't care about the people around you. You don't care about your own life. So it's just very frustrating. Yeah, it's all physics. It's all physics. So like, you can even feel the lack of control at that speed. So I just, the roads aren't designed for you to go that fast. It's that much less safe. It makes everyone else's time that much worse. And it's not fun to drive that fast because no one else is. Anyway, that's my rant about Illinois driver. If you're a Missouri driver and you drive that way too, knock it off. It's not cool. It's not okay. It's not okay. Your hottest take is you think that the speed limit for a private vehicle should be 25 miles per hour. That's also not reasonable. I mean, thing is, we've got to, especially in the US, it's just huge. So when you're going on a on a road that has limited access, you should be able to have higher speeds, but you shouldn't. That differential between the slowest driver and the fastest driver, that's just death. That's what that is. It creates death. North Carolina drivers make you want to pull your hair out? Honestly, I pick on people from Illinois, but reasonably, if I'm being completely honest, I think that people in northern Wisconsin would probably say that Madison drivers are the same way. And we are. We are bad. We are not good drivers. Every place has bad drivers, but up north, you feel it. There's actually, let me come back to earth for a second. There's a division in the interstate. So through Madison, where am I? There we are. Through Madison, we have 3 interstates that come together: 94, 90, and I-39. So they go all the way through Madison. They're all combined right here. So you have 3 interstates coming together. The traffic gets insane. And then you make your way up. And right here, they divide. So you end up having 39 go off this way towards Wausau, and 90 and 94 go off this way. So a lot of times, the people going through, going from Chicago to the Twin Cities, that's their route. If they're going to the Dells, you're probably taking this route. So most of the traffic's heading that way. The speed stays pretty crazy right here. But if you're going down 39, it's like you instantly hit northern Wisconsin, and the speed goes from like 80, 85 miles per hour on average down to like 30, or not, down to 75. And if you go faster than that, you get pulled over. So it's kind of a crazy thing. Speeders in the Beltline, they drive me nuts. I'm the slowpoke. It actually drives my wife crazy because she has to take the Beltline to get to work. And when I drive it, she's like, "You're so timid." I'm like, "I'm not timid. I don't need to speed like that. We gotta calm down. We gotta breathe." Bye. Thanks for the food talk, Shane. Have a good one. Or Ocarina, rather. Have a good one. Fox Valley driver's another breed too. I did experience that when I used to drive up to Green Bay. I used to attend MPO meetings, Metropolitan Planning Organization meetings, when I worked at WISDOT, and where I'd go up to Fond du Lac, Menasha, and Green Bay once a month, and Sheboygan once a month to attend these meetings, which, don't get me started on that. There's no reason I should have been at half of those meetings, but I was anyway, to make sure that money was being spent efficiently. This is pre-Zoom days. I'm sure that the person who has that job now doesn't do that, but I had to drive to these cities, and it was madness. Once you get to 41, not fun. It's gonna be a foolish idea. I don't want to place the farms that close to the city because I don't want to have to demolish them. I'm gonna buy even more tiles and replace. I think by New Dresden, we're gonna take out some of these areas that are already like farm-like and actually farm them. So we're setting up our supply chain, our full supply chain right now for food. There's a number of race crashes that are head-to-head that don't cause injuries. Are custom building asset mods a thing for this game yet or not? No, but people are still making them, and at this point, I've started accepting them. I showcased a couple in my most recent video. Tygon actually added some basically a custom tram and some custom trains using the prefab. I'm gonna speak out of turn here. What I believe he's doing is using existing assets and jamming them together and then throwing a decal, which makes it seem really easy. It's not. It's been a real process. I've started taking some of those and adding them to the build. Crypto Gamer also added some boat assets. I added those in. As far as buildings go, there are some. I've been more reluctant to add the buildings. That's like, there's an absolutely beautiful staircase asset. I desperately want to add it to my builds. I can't do it yet. That one's a bridge too far. Anything that uses completely new stuff, I've not done. But someday, if they don't figure it out soon, I will lose my patience. And I will do something that I deeply regret in the future, and I will add custom assets. At least I'll be able to salvage the series because I should have an idea of when official asset support would come out, or early heads up, be able to remove them. But yeah. Julian, you forgot to mention in your update, other than the near misses with cancer, you finally got married. Hold on. First of all, I remember all the things we were talking about, and I hope everyone's okay. I hope you're okay. But can we get some hearts, YouTube and Twitch, for Julian? That's amazing. Congratulations, man. Julian, that's awesome. That is awesome. So, Julian, are things going better? I mean, I would assume that they are. That's a hell of an update. That's awesome. So are things outside of that better? That is my big question for you. And for anyone who doesn't know, Julian's been a long time supporter. Julian worked in the newspaper that is in some of the Magnolia County episodes. Julian also worked on the Struggle is Real, which I don't have near me. It's at home. But the Struggle is Real mug and shirt, just overall long-time channel supporter. Appreciate you, man. Whoa. Bahamut, 50 gifted subs on YouTube. I feel like I should have content out there. I do not. That's ridiculous, dude. Thank you so much. That is super generous of you. Thank you for being a city administrator. 50 months. That's crazy. Over on YouTube. I only really have one way of thanking. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, buddy. That's super, super generous of you. If you're on YouTube, make sure that you have the ability to accept gifted subs. If you're not on YouTube right now, I will violate all of the things and say you should just go log in and jump into the chat for a second. You might get yourself the gifted sub. Which the nice thing about that is I always 100% of the time, as long as I don't have an embargo, I release videos early to YouTube and you can comment on them then. So yeah, definitely go check that out. Dragon, thank you for the 11 months. Teroa, thank you for the biddies. You'd like to know what you would like to know if I think I'm able to build the Tacosan interchange? I have no idea what that is. Hold on. We'll take a brief moment. I need to know what this is. We are going to New Zealand. Could I build this? I think I could. I think the better question is, why would you build this? So this is the thing that I found myself struggling with. And this is, I will blame this on the traffic in cities too. I don't feel pressure to build big things like this. I really hope that that comes at some point, but I don't feel the pressure like that. Like in Cities 1, I feel like you would sometimes just be like, I've got to build a big interchange because I have so much traffic. I don't know what to do. And I don't feel that. But yeah, there is a multitude of layers here. But you know who I'd really love to see build this? Yumble. I want to see Yumble do this. Because there are traffic spawners in cities too. So you could definitely do this. I should bug Yumble. I should bug Yumble. I'm at 15 months on Twitch at tier 3. Dude, thank you so much. Super supporter. I appreciate you, man. Charmo, thank you for 14 months at tier 1. I love you. Some good, wholesome, informative, all around good stream. Thank you so much, man. That's... Whoa. Whoa. Mohammed, dude. 25 gifted subs on Twitch. You are... That is... I don't really know what to say. Like... Short of... I think that the... I think that the 4K monitor fund is going to go really well. It's been glorious. To Mohammed. Thank you so much, dude. That's ridiculous, dude. I appreciate that. Steve, 3 months of membership, planning director on YouTube. Thank you so much. Komrowski, 17 months. Thank you so much. Look, a prime number. A prime number. Oh, I don't know why my head went here, but I went to Prime Day. I was like, what are you talking about, prime number? Revo, good to see you. Yeah, second 4K monitor. By the time this is done, Vainglorious is going to get himself an ultra wide. What is this madness? I don't know, but it's wild. Thank you so much, Mohammed. That's super generous of you. Topher, thank you for the 5 months of tier 1. Whipcracker, thank you so much for the emote only an hour ago. Totally missed it. Local Magic, thank you so much for the prime. And gotta say, your song, Local Magic, might be one of my favorite Master Plan music songs. And I can't find it, but it's one of my favorites. Clovis Grunty, thank you for the biddies. Seabird, thank you for the gifteds again. Prime Day number, indeed. Yours is like Como. It's a good. That is a good one too. That is a good one too. There we go. We'll throw it on. New songs in the latest video was refreshing. So it's funny. I actually asked my editor to put together that new overlay, specifically so I could work some of the old songs back in. I don't think I'm going to go as hard with old songs as I did in episode 50, but I will for sure be working more of them in. It was really nice to hear them. Like I've missed some of the old music. Like as much as I want, something different, so that you're not hearing it in every other YouTube video. I think episode 50 made me realize just how much the old music is a part of the channel. And I edited the city tour in this one, and it was just really fun to hear some of the old tracks. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, that'll be more of a thing that I think we do more of. Cats walking outro is lovely. I thought you might like that, Steve. I missed it on that stream, but you were gone, which is why I felt like it was okay to miss. But then I saw that you went back and looked at the VOD, and then I felt bad. but I got you. I can't relocate this, and I'm too far from the road. We've got a solution. It's a bad solution. Well, we'll do it anyway. Oh no. Oh no, I'm moving. I'm doing some movity things. Oh no. Not great, guys. Piano for Painkillers is goated. I threw that one in specifically because of how many people like that one. I will still to this day get comments where people are like, will you please play Piano for Painkillers? So yeah, it's good. It was good to put it back in there. There'll be more. I think I just need to. There's a couple of things that I used to do that I stopped doing that I need to go back to. And doing so for this was a lot of fun for me, and it's making me reconsider a couple of things. So yeah, that's also like the whole like different third series idea. Although I see the comments. The next video is going to be. Well, the next video might be another Magnolia County, but the video after that will very well be finishing something that I haven't done before. One of the series. I need to get some of those off I need to finish some. I had it in my Asana. I was supposed to be working on it today, but I didn't. I'm doing this instead. I was actually going to stream last night. But then I was still working on Magnolia County. So, pushed it. Did I add some new mods to the build? I did. I added InfoLoom, city statistics, the mod that fixes office zoning. And I also added a mod that allows you to zone industrial buildings individually, which I think is going to be a huge improvement. One of the things I'm wondering though, that I meant to add that I don't think I added, that is going to be a huge bummer if it's not here. The different surfaces for agriculture, I did not add it. That's a bummer. There's an agricultural surfaces mod that might be my favorite new mod. But alas, I forgot to add it, unfortunately. I'm wondering if I can throw just to make this look a little different, I'm going to throw a river surface on here and see what that does to it. Otherwise, I've got an idea on how to make this look a little better temporarily. And we'll just roll with it and see how it goes. Basically, I'll throw this on here. If this doesn't work, I have a 50% transparency black that I should be able to throw over the top of this. It's Algendo's colored surfaces. Yeah, that looks terrible. This is yeah, that was not that didn't work. Let me make it thick. Ooh, that looks bad. Thick is better. But best is probably they have these different black levels. And if I go with a lighter one, I can at least make these look different. And then the nice thing is once I bring that farming surfaces in here, I can just replace the surface using the area bucket because I put it in there already. Does the bucket work again? I don't know. I don't think it's been updated. I heard that the mod author was having some issues. I don't know what they were. My guess is if you've never uploaded anything to Paradox Mods, I watched this video from Mike Builds where he was like, I'm not uploading to Paradox Mods. You need like a degree to be able to do it. And I get it. Like after I uploaded my surfaces, dear God, it took me forever. I had to install all these things. Once I updated the game said I no longer had them installed. And then you're going through this Visual Basic crash course. And like, man, I just want to make a decal. Like, I don't know why this is so hard. So yeah, it's not fun. And I think that you go so long in between that you forget how to do it. My guess is that's part of it. Hard to say. Architectural surfaces are so much nicer. I know. We're gonna... I'll tell you what. Let's set up this first supply chain, and then I'll go get him. I'm not opposed to it. So okay, we'll have some industrial manufacturing, and then some industrial zoning, or some warehouse zoning. Let's see how big we can make these. And I'm wondering what this actually looks like. I can find out. Okay, cool. That's a silo. God, that's so cool. Why can't we do that normally? That's exactly what we should be doing. Although I think this should probably be right next to it. Okay. So the funny thing is, I think that this tool actually shows you your demand for everything individually. So we could see our warehouse demand. Oh, hold on. The building demand is low. The resource demand is high. Resources is the number of farms that I place. I placed grains for one. Food is not grains. Grains turn into petroleum. So I really should only be putting down chickens. Livestock, rather. And vegetable farming. I don't even know if I put the grain farm on fertile land. I just placed it. So I should really be a little bit more strategic about this. What do you have to do to get a master plan music track named after you? Be in the right place at the right time. I probably won't be naming any today, but maybe on the next stream. Maybe on the next stream I will do that. As I've got like, at this point, 45 new tracks out there that need names, but I'm not there yet. Grain being food but not petroleum is so American coded. Well, let me make sure that I'm right. I could be lying, but I don't think that I am. So grain. I'm wrong. Grain can turn into either convenience food, petroleum, or beverages, which makes sense. Beer. So, okay, that's legit. We can do grain. Livestock can turn into convenience food, or textiles, like pillows, I'm guessing, feathers, or blankets. Fish don't exist in the game. Unless you get the mod. Vegetables can either turn into food or beverages. Okay, that is helpful. So if we want to give ourselves the best chance to get food, I think livestock's the way to go. But that doesn't mean it's the only way. Grooving with Gary? Oh, no. You know what, Vainglorious? First of all, just for you, because it's your big day, I'll skip. I'll skip it just for you, but I will give you controls. I tell you what, I will find a way to give you controls to change my Spotify. Brandon, gotta do it. Gotta do it. And if Gary's in here, I apologize. Since livestock probably includes leather as well. Oh. You know what? I think that you are right. I think that makes a lot of sense. That's the reason why livestock would also be clothing. Leather makes a ton of sense. I really desperately hope that they improve farming. Like the way that they handled farming in Cities 1, where there was a drop down to select what kind of farm it is. Like, I don't care if it doesn't change the functionality at all, but I just want to see, like, we're going to place this. And it's not going to matter. Like, it's going to be whatever it is. There'll be chicken coops. But what if I want to have, what if I'm making Wisconsin and I want a bunch of dairy farms? I want to be able to do that. Cities 1, you could. Cities 2, not so much. Not without a lot of effort anyway. And the thing is, I feel like the tools are there for specialized industry to be so much better in this game. Like, ridiculously better. I think that specialized industry could be amazing in Cities 2, based on the tools that are here, and how modular the game is generally. Well, we have to have the tools to do it. Like, I want to be able to take this thing and move it right back here and like have a connection into here. And I want to see the surfaces change based on that, or be able to draw roads through here and then place this myself. And, you know, it kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know if you guys did this, but one thing that was big, at least where I lived growing up, is there were these John Deere like farming sets, and you could make your own farm. And between like having model trains, I in my basement, we had this whole model train setup and a whole like farming setup. So you get your little barn, you go to Fleet Farm, and you would like get your little barn set, and you can make your own little farm. And I want to be able to do that in cities. That's what I would like to do. There we are. Back. What did you miss, Robert? I've done nothing. I think unemployment's gotten worse. It has. Oh no. In the Oshkosh engineering overalls, indeed. The Oshkosh Bagosh. You don't like the randomness of farms. The other resources are okay, but it's still weird. The farms, yeah, I despise the farms. I despise the farms because they could be so good. What are you doing? This asset's amazing. Yet it terraforms this all crazy like, and it puts a random barn back here. Like, it just like, it's like whoever made this has never been to a farm before. We got to get this fixed. But we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Because we want to meet the intention and get oh my goodness. 15 employees, 4 employees, 17. That's not getting us anywhere. I got to slap these things up really fast. I thought that this was going to be much more helpful. This is terrible. Okay, guys. Not only are we bleeding money, but we're not making any progress. So let's just bleed all the money. $2 million, 400,000 a month. I think it's because everything is fertile. No. Yes. Hold on. Yes. We will clear out some of the resources where we don't need them to balance the budget if we have to. But we're not doing that. We'll be fine. It's fine. We're gonna build a lot of farms. Gonna build them fast. We're gonna meet our resource demand. Then we're gonna build a bunch of stuff like this in here. That'll be the goal. That'll be the goal. I'm just gonna follow the existing tree lines and probably make an absolute mess of the map. Opens up dev mode if I have to. Exactly. Exactly. So I said that in jest. The funny thing is, going to Finland made me realize I mean, it looks like Wisconsin. I don't know any other way to say it. It looks like happier, more modern Wisconsin. Like seeing a rural area have a fast and frequent train, electrified train, just like very jealous. Very jealous. I understand why they're so happy in Finland. Because it's dope. Like, it's super cool. But yeah, I know that they've seen farms because I know that they have super easy access to it. This like Top Array was like a very, like, as far as the city goes, it was smaller than Madison and much more dense. So what that tells me is that they have very easy access to rural landscapes if they want it, because they're everywhere. Take your comment down? Never. That's the great thing about having that, is I just forget them up there. Auto industry lobbying Congress to kill infrastructure bills into the, well, sure. Although I don't think that the auto industry is particularly happy right now either. Auto industry in the past, sure. I think right now the auto industry is very unhappy. Because at least here, all of the subsidies for EVs were killed, and EVs have been politicized to a point at this point that they can't plan anything. So maybe they're paying for their sins of the past at this point. Maybe they're getting theirs. Their comeuppance. Auto industry, we just spent billions on EV R&D. Well, they're not going anywhere, I don't think. So that's the funny thing about this, is they're not gonna, like, EVs aren't going anywhere. Ultimately, this is bad for everybody to not know what's going on and to have it become politicized. It's just one of those things where I think that stability matters. Being able to plan long-term matters. So it's a real shame. Ooh, whoa. And the funny thing for me is, it's just like, this is if you're a business-minded person, you should kind of understand that, like, that you need predictability. So I don't really understand the politicization of it. I mean, that, and I saw that the solar tax credit was also eliminated for putting solar panels on your house. So those sorts of things that I don't really understand. And from what I'm reading, most people don't like it. But from a business standpoint, most businesses don't like it. So we'll see. I think it's a shame. But also, I'm not gonna cry a river for the automotive industry. Like, they've done a lot of bad things. To have something bad happen to them, kind of feels like Kind of feels like karma. And I don't mean the car brand or the car. You enjoyed the EV that you test drove? What you really want is solar on your roof? Yeah, I had solar at my old house. And it was great. I really didn't want to, I didn't want to be rushed into it. The lack of the tax credit has me thinking that, like, if I'm gonna do it, I probably should. I don't know if it'll come back in the future. I don't know if I want to wait and figure it out. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like, I've made decisions based on tariffs and different, political things. I don't know that I want to do it again. At this point, I'm just frustrated. That's all. Unemployment under 4%. We could be here all night. We could be. My wife will kill me. I promised her that I would run some errands for her. Plus, this is a little more pressure for me. I went to go drop off Frozzie's computer, and I got to FedEx. One computer made it to Germany already. The other one I couldn't send because I didn't have Frozzie's name. And I couldn't believe that I didn't get Frozzie's name. But then I got it, and I haven't been able to get back to FedEx. But I need to do that, which means that I have to be out of here at a certain reasonable time. So I need to actually get this done because Frozzie needs their computer. So U.S. government money was helping to fund research for next generation battery charging technologies and solid state batteries. We wanted to stay competitive with other countries like China. So that's my big takeaway is the biggest thing that the biggest, like, missing the forest for the trees thing is the research. Like, if you want to stay competitive with other countries, you have to have research, and not all research makes money right away. Basic research is the kind of research that the government funds that just, like, it's the kind of research my wife does it. And it just takes a long time. And you just, companies don't want to do it because they can't make a return. Like, companies are great at doing things that makes a return in a short period of time. The government does stuff that takes a long time. And if the government's not doing it, then no one is. And then you just kind of fall behind. And then you actually, it's self-defeating, because if the purpose is to have homegrown industry, you have to research it. And in some cases, the government is responsible for that. But it's not a surprise that I feel that way to anyone, I don't think, because I believe that the government has a value and does good things. It does a lot of dumb things too. I will readily admit that, but it also does a lot of good things, and we shouldn't demonize it and get rid of all of the things it does. Solar is good for the right uses, but not at scale. I completely agree. I think that, but here's the thing. I think it's part of the mix. I think that for solar, so I believe in both. I think that we need to reinvest in both nuclear, and we should be investing in solar. In certain instances, certain parts of the world, it makes a lot of sense. For an individual who wants to offset their power utilization, I think it makes a lot of sense. It was shocking to me that even in Wisconsin, when I had solar panels, they worked beautifully during a significant chunk of the year. Also, a large chunk of the year where it didn't do anything. Like in the winter on a where we have only a few hours of sunlight, not very useful. On a cloudy day, doesn't do much. When we have months of cloudy, not great. But it makes up for it in the sunny months. But that's not an option for everybody. I just think that we should be investing in everything. And energy generally shouldn't be politicized, but it definitely is. A lot of things shouldn't be politicized that are, though. Okay, hold on. Sway. You were altering landscapes. You were having a negative or positive influence. You're choosing winners and losers significantly for not just the environment, but also the people who live around the river. Stevens Point, as the city I went to school in, routinely flooded because that was just the way it was. They didn't have an agreement like some of the other cities did not to get flooded out. So when they would adjust the dams, Stevens Point was always the first to flood. So that sucks. So I get it. Like, it's a clean source of energy, but it's also a very destructive on the environment around it. Nuclear, we don't know what to do with the spent uranium. And if we have a meltdown, they're terrible. But I would like to believe that we've progressed since the 70s. And the amount of energy that you can generate, everything else pales in comparison. So I think that writing it off entirely is a fool's errand. I think that I firmly believe that if you are a fan of clean energy, you have to see nuclear as a part of that. It's an absolute requirement. It is an absolute essential part of that, the clean energy future. We can't just say wind and solar. Like, those are great options, but not everywhere. There are significant chunks of the country where that doesn't work, and the world. Fusion maybe the next viable? Absolutely. If fusion becomes a thing, sure. But right now, with what we have, yeah, I think that's what we got. Chuck nuclear waste into space, never to be seen again. We'll take all of the spent nuclear reactors and send it to Mars with Elon. It'll be amazing. And I think I've been a well-known Elon Musk hater for a long time. That seems to be more of a popular take. I don't think anyone likes Elon anymore. So I think me saying that is okay. You don't want to talk about Fukushima? I mean, there are a lot of well-known nuclear disasters, but I think to write it off entirely is not smart. I just don't think it's smart. Just like going into the woods here was not smart. I just think for the amount of energy that we can generate from it and the need that we have for significant amounts of energy, AI, regardless of how you feel about it, is here, and it takes a lot of energy. Electric vehicles, regardless of how you feel about it, are here, and they take a lot of energy. And that is a way that we could quickly and easily produce it. But we need to be investing in making it safe. You work in the nuclear industry? You do? Astro, I did not know that. Okay, hold on. Those disasters were all older designs and tech. Newer nuclear technologies are able to utilize what was waste. Modern technology is much safer than the ones that were infamous, our first generation tech. Exactly. So I will tell you, this is my absolute favorite part of being a YouTuber, Twitch streamer, being able to have people in chat that actually work on these things and be able to speak to them. That's sick. So Astro, thank you so much. Have I seen what's come out recently that we are hundreds of surrounding galaxies? We might even be within a black hole. I did see that we might exist within a black hole. I thought that was pretty interesting. I don't know what it changes. That would be interesting. Does that mean that someone's going to come into the black hole and just destroy us? Maybe. Then this whole conversation doesn't matter. Thing about nuclear that people don't understand is that power in general is that most of the power plants turn heat into water into steam to turn a turbine. Yes. Yeah, we're just making heat in most of these to make steam. So the question is, how are we going to do it? Are we going to blast our mountains and burn coal and then destroy communities and have a flammable water coming out of pipes, or are we going to find cleaner ways to do it? That's the thing. Every time I hear someone say, "Well, we've got this coal it's just fine," like that is ridiculous. And if you've been to a place that's been decimated by coal, you know that it's ridiculous. Yeah, short-term jobs for the long-term destruction of a community, destruction of a water supply. That is really short-term. We're mortgaging our future for the sake of some jobs right now. Thinking it's really dumb. We can do better. We can do better. Really a disservice to those communities too. Really a major disservice. And that's where, like, I personally feel like there's a trap of not thinking about. It's really easy to think about the here and now, and regardless of the political system that you live in, regardless of the level of government, politicians work in a really short cycle, and we don't live forever as people. So it's really easy to think about the next 5 years and not think that when you blast the top off that mountain, you've actually ruined that place for future generations. And that's a real shame. Blair Mountain was a thing, indeed. Anyone coming for everyone ready for the coming water wars? You mean the one where Arizona asks to divert water from the Mississippi? I mean, to be fair, I do feel like in the Midwest, we're being inundated with so much water these days that we don't know what to do with it. And then we have places like the Dells where we literally celebrate how much water we have by just wasting it. Arizona's growth scares you? I read this article in The Atlantic that basically talked about how Arizona looks to be, Arizona and the Sun Belt generally, from a housing price standpoint, look to be where some of the urban centers were not that long ago, like 20, 30 years ago, like right before housing costs exploded. And you see that some of these areas, you know, Dallas, Phoenix, Miami, the housing prices over the last like 5 to 10 years are 100% higher than they were. So the whole, these places are affordable, that starts to go out the window. And then all they have is weather is good, which matters. But also, as the climate warms up, it gets hotter there too, and weather gets worse. Like, it's not fun being in a place where it's 110 every day for 6 months. Like that's not livable too. So I don't know. I'm less concerned. My bigger concern is that I think generally housing prices have gotten out of control all over the place, and I don't know that we've necessarily figured out the root cause of that. I think there are many hypotheses as to why. I have many of my own, but I don't know that we've necessarily cracked the code, and I don't know that anyone really wants to. Ban single-family zoning? I don't think that's the problem. I think that is okay. I hear you. But I'll also say this. There were points in time where housing was much more affordable and we were building a ton of single family homes. So you can't just say that it's 100%. There's just too many single family homes. Like that is a part of, that is for sure a part of it. But I think that, okay, my hypothesis, it's a mixture of short-term rentals, corporate ownership, a lack of building, NIMBYism, the wrong mix of housing being built. It's all these different factors that have come together to create, honestly, an absolute nightmare in a variety of places. But I don't think that just pointing out like, oh, there's just too many single family homes. I don't think that's the problem. I think that, hot take, there's not enough single family homes being built. And I think that the ones that are being built are too big. They're being built in ways that are ridiculous. And I can say this because I've talked to some of the developers and they're like, one of the biggest developers in my area, for instance, used to use Formica countertops. They won't touch them anymore. They say that the market only wants granite countertops or quartz countertops. I don't think that's the case. I think that someone buying their first home would be perfectly fine with Formica countertops and the ability to upgrade them down the line. I think that they don't necessarily need a 2,000 square foot house or a 3,000 square foot house. I think they'd be fine with 900 square feet if they could buy one. So I think that there's a whole bunch of factors that have gone into this. Not everyone wants to live in multifamily. I just like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm losing money. We're losing a lot less than we were before. We were losing $45,000 an hour. Now we're down to 19 because we've been building farms. One single family home equals huge cities, equals more cars, equals consumption of energy. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not, but here's the thing. People will say blanket ban single family homes. And then you'll realize that not everyone lives in a big city. It's tough. Like and here's the thing about being a planner that one of the things that it taught me, particularly when I worked in the suburban city, the planning director said, you got to check your idealism at the door because there's a bunch of people here who don't agree with you. And your job is to build them the kind of community that they want to live in. And also in a community that is safe and affordable and, you know, all of the good planning things. And if you can do some things to make it better and convince them of things like sidewalks are necessary, you've done your job. The problem is people trying to impose their lifestyles upon others. You know, like, I want you to live in single family homes. Therefore, I'm going to ban all multifamily. I want you to live in a multifamily home. Therefore, I'd like to ban all single family homes. That is not right. Like, I do think that there is space in a city for a variety of housing options and for different people to be able to live in different ways. I don't know. That's a hill that I will die on. Choice is good. Variety is the spice. I agree. Go ahead and say what I want. Living in a multifamily house until your neighbor sets the house on fire and you lose everything. Pagan Scorpio, that's true. Except that most of the time, if it's built correctly, it will have a firewall that's 18 inches thick and it won't burn your house down. The problem, and this was something I saw a lot during the pandemic. I don't know if I've ever talked about this. It's one of the things that I found to be the most discouraging that I've ever seen as a planner was there were developers. I don't know why I'm so far off camera. There were developers scooping up multifamily with firewalls, and they would buy the properties. They'd go to an engineering firm. They'd do what's called a CSM, a certified survey map, divide the parcel in half, and then sell the multifamily as single family. And they would immediately increase the value of the property and they would clear it easy because after I saw this happening a bunch, they'd buy the property. Let's say you buy this duplex, and it costs you $400,000. You do the CSM, that's $500, and then you go and you sell each of these homes for $275, $300. So now you've done nothing. You've added nothing to this process. You've done nothing to make the city better. You haven't added housing options, but you've allowed someone to buy what was a rental. You've increased the price of it arbitrarily. You've pocketed all this money based on your holding costs and the CSM, which was $500, going to a council meeting. Not even a council meeting half the time. Half the time you can do this by right. You've made housing more expensive in the city. You've removed rentals off the market, quality rentals. Sometimes some of the only 3-bedroom rentals in the area off the market. And you've done this and made money, potentially in the upwards of $150,000, $200,000 in the course of, and in my area, housing sells like that will sell in like weeks. So you could have this whole process done 2 months, 3 months, and pocket what would be 2 years of salary. Insanity. That's the kind of garbage that has led to the housing becoming unaffordable. Gimmicks and games. Low interest rates too. Arbitrarily low interest rates. Like, as much as it sucks that they're high now, going that low was bad. It was very damaging. You feel like housing being used as a commodity for profit is a major part of the problem? Indeed. Housing is not, but people have been programmed for years. Society has been programmed for years to view housing as a store of wealth. It's where you put all your money. It's your nest egg. It's how you get rich. I don't know how to fix that. And when it does get fixed, man, some people are going to lose their tails. And I saw that when I lived in California. I got there before WAMU collapsed. It was like, that was my greeting to California, was watching banks collapse near my apartment. And it was terrifying. Seeing people leave their cars in tears, get out crying, saying, all my money was in that bank and it shut down. What do I do now? And the people at the bank locked the doors, like, money's gone. Don't know what to tell you. And I feel like that's what happens to fix this. That's what scares me. That's what scares me. The reason why people are being protective over the status quo, I think, is the reality that to fix the problem, I think that there's a lot of people who lose a lot. That's my dark take. That's my I'm going to depress everyone on a Friday take, and I apologize. That is a lot. The big issue is that the way to fix it without people is that there's no way to fix it without people suffering. It's just a question of how we can cause the least suffering. Yeah. I feel like that's been the thing. Like, there's been a lot of can kicking. And I don't know when it stops. I feel like we're all currently playing a hot potato or something like that. We're all going around in circles, hoping that it doesn't fall on us, hoping that the pain doesn't fall to us, and it's gonna fall to somebody. I don't know. I'll be honest. All that really bums me out. It's something I think about a lot, particularly with my kids. I think about how affordable housing was for my dad and my grandparents, and I talk like how things were so much just like attainable, and how difficult it was for me, but how it's been easy for a millennial who bought a house around a certain time relative to anyone in Gen X, or sorry, Gen Z. Gen Zers, if there, I don't know how many of you are in here. I feel for you guys because I don't know how someone breaks into the housing market right now, whether you're looking for a condo or a single family home. Like, it's a mess. And I think it's why you see people giving up. Like, I know a few Gen Zers who are like, well, it's the reason why I'm going on a trip. I'll never be able to buy a house. What does it matter? Sucks. Yeah, I just like, yeah, sorry, Gen Z. I don't know. It sucks. Doesn't Canada have a massive housing problem? It does. Canada's is way worse. And I think that their reasons are, Canada and Australia, I think their reasons are different, but the same too. The Blanks, that you bought your house in 2009? Yeah. So the whole reason why I'm able to have a house is when we were living in Denver, I told my wife, I was like, listen, we have to buy a condo. And I was in grad school, but I had just got offered a job. And I was making my first planning job at a consulting firm. I was making $52,000 a year plus bonuses, which was awesome at the time. I was making, before that, I was making like $15 an hour at an internship, which was also awesome. I'm not going to complain about that. But making like my first big boy paycheck was like, it was like, okay, it's go time. We've got to buy property. And she was like, what are you rushing into this for? And I told her, I said, I just, like, after going to planning school and talking to my professors, I just feel like we've just got to move, and we've got to be willing to do this immediately. That condo, we bought a condo. I'll show you the general location of where it was. I lived in Cheeseman Park, Denver's neighborhood. Very, very nice area. Beautiful. I can't see any of the street names, so I don't know where I am. But a very up and coming area. And because of that, it went through the roof in value in just the year that we had it. To the point that we sold it off market. So let me see. Where am I? There's North. So there's City Park. Here's Cheeseman Park. And I was like in this general area. Awesome area. Very close. No, I'm upside down. No, there's City Park. Sorry. I'm in this general area. There's City Park. Here's Cheeseman Park. There's downtown. So I could easily bike to both college and my job. And I could also easily get to a whole bunch of cool stuff, grocery stores, all right there. I didn't realize when we bought our condo, basically everyone in our building was gay except for us, which was kind of interesting. But it was super cool. Like, everyone was very nice. And the whole area just like gentrified in a year. And it was like my first real experience with like extreme gentrification, and to see everything change was wild. How are the streets for biking? Amazing. Like, so this right here, this is Spear. It's also a river. And inside of here, you actually drop down and there is a bike corridor that goes all the way through here. So it cuts through the city diagonally. And if you can get to this area right here, you can bike anywhere. So I would come from my apartment or my condo, and I would hop onto, I believe it was 12th, which has a Sharrow. And I would go down here, and then I would try to get my way down here. And if I could get down here, I could get anywhere in the city. Otherwise, if I were going to campus, I would just stay on 12th. And there are bike lanes and, Sharrows and people. There's a culture of biking there that just makes everything feel safer. People, even the motorists are bikers. And when the motorists are bikers, they respect the bikers more and they won't crowd them or get aggressive. It just makes it all a lot better. So it's really good. Really good. I genuinely loved living in Denver. Colorado, I think, is a very special place. It's out of all the places I've lived, if you said you got to move back to one, you can't live in Madison, you got to move somewhere. I really loved LA, but I would move to Denver instead. No offense to LA. Denver for me was the quality of life in Denver is second to none. It's one of the, I think it's one of the best places in the US to live. You play CS1 and you always create bike routes in your cities. Yeah, that's one of the things I really miss. As soon as bikes are in this game, I can't wait to go through my cities and add a bunch of bike networks. You lived in LA for 7 horrifying years. Listen, I loved living in LA. My problem with LA is really more about the sprawl of it. And mostly the expense now. Like Denver's gotten really expensive since I lived there. But it's not as bad as LA. I mean, one of the apartments I lived in LA, I saw that I paid $950 a month on the border of Santa Monica and West LA, which I know is crazy, but thankfully I found this little old lady that thought my vibe was good. she's like, I like you. I want to rent to you, and this is what it's going to cost. And I was like, wait, what? For on vibes alone, you're going to like give me this place for $950 a month? A studio apartment, my own apartment for $950 a month? That's incredible. It was incredible, right? $750, and I could bike to the beach. Amazing. And I had this burrito place that I would go to. It was open 24 hours a day. I would show up at midnight. They had free papers. I'd order some burritos or some tacos rather, and I'd read the LA Times, and just like loved it. Lots of stuff I could walk to. It was awesome. Wait, that is not what I zoned. So if I drag, I did what I zoned. My bad. But there's a demand for timber warehousing, clearly. Interesting. 24-hour burrito sounds amazing. It was. So like, that's why, like, you know, right off LA, I would never do that because there was so many things about LA that were wonderful. Some of the people I met in LA were just the greatest. Like, just the wonderful people that, you know, to this day, like, LA is a little slice of the world. Like, I met people from all over the world. I met people who wanted to go all over the world. People with big dreams. The thing that I loved about LA, that unlike other places, like, I feel like in Wisconsin, people are pretty, they're very, like, I grew up in Wisconsin. I want to stay here. I want to be close to my family. And I love that about this place. When I was in LA, everyone had really big dreams and really big motivations. And that is something that I've never really experienced anywhere else. And I think before writing off a place like LA, you've got to respect that about the people that live there and about the place itself. It's a really special thing. I'm changing this here, by the way. There's clearly a need for some forestry stuff to happen, so we're just gonna do it. You hung around Russell Brand in LA? Not fun at all. Wouldn't be on my list of people to hang out with. Kind of seems like a creep, but you know. Midwestern drive everywhere for fun. That's true. I mean, when I got my license, I will readily admit that like I was in my small town, and that's what we did. That's what we did. Like I would like on a Friday night, I'd drive to the Walmart. I'd see if anyone was there that I knew. You go to the parking lot, you see who's in there. No one's there, so you drive to the McDonald's, you see who's there. No one's there, you go to the next place. Biggest reason you moved from LA, and one of the things you love about LA, the people with the big dreams. Yeah, there's something special about that. Something really special about that. So yeah, that is the thing. Like when I will never speak ill of LA because of that. And the city just has a pulse to it that you can't replicate. But if I had to live somewhere again, it would be Denver. Because I feel like the quality of life in Denver is really good. And I will tell you, my quality of life in LA was not good. I was broke all the time. that was clearly I was very young thing, but still not awesome. Don't miss that. Lenny, thank you for the giveaway, dude. 2 Segunda Beach mugs. If you got one, you got a redemption link. Go check that out. Lenny, thank you so much. The Fletch, thank you for the Prime. Writing Whimsy, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Gentleman Sprinks, thank you so much for the Prime. Main Character, thank you for the Prime. I'm gonna screw this up. Sunction, thank you so much for 8 months. Ed, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Super generous of you. Thank you so much. Wait. While detailing, you can select specific trees or plants by holding control with any tool and even set a probability for how certain trees on how frequently they will spawn. Wait, what? Reasonably, I probably disabled that. I don't know. Are you talking about if I create a set? I'm not sure. Guys, thank you for the hype train. Call this in. Thank you so much for the biddies. Lenny. Thank you for getting icy that mug. Earth Angel, thank you for the Prime. 20 months is insane. Thank you so much. And I saw you commenting on a video today too. I have not looked at all the comments just yet, but I saw your comment. Thank you. And Poplar Ponderosa is the other person who got the mug. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those two. And thank you again, Lenny. Enjoy the emote only chat Twitch. You're moving to Madison. Okay, well, welcome to town, Chilikill. I don't know what you know about Madison. Do you have any questions? Do you want to know places to check out? If you want to know, you can't talk right now. Because you got your emote only going on. But if you want to know some places, got some Madisonians in the chat. Happy to help. Howdy, Tio. Welcome in. Yeah. What's my address and what time is dinner? Dinner is leftovers. And tomorrow I'm going out with friends, so no dinner then either. That was frightening. Why was it frightening? Little Cook, hello. welcome on in. Lytle Cook, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. If you were to move there as a recent grad, what would be a good spot if you have two big dogs? Honestly, a lot of the newer apartments, for better or for worse, allow dogs. So when I moved, I wanted a dog, and I didn't have a problem finding a newer apartment that allowed them. Any GeoGuessr? It depends. I've done a super junky job of getting unemployment down. Here I am talking this big game about how easy it's going to be. I guess we've dropped it by 6%. We're about to go hamish. We're about to go ham. We'll put some larger factories in. We'll see what this does. So this is just manufacturing. We've got a big warehouse over here. I'll put in some general warehouses. Once I know what these are. Let's see. This requires vegetables, produces beverages, livestock, textiles, livestock. Maybe someday those will fill in. Lord of Llamas, good to see you here. You're working on addressing some plans for a project in Riverside. That's awesome. How are things going in Riverside? I'm going to add the rail connection. Oh, no. The rail connection can only go out this side. We're going to figure this out. I think the rail connection is vital. So we've got our track coming in here. We'll go underground for a while. Maybe it's not the height of realism, or we're working on extreme terrain. Maybe it is. Yes, it's tunnel time. Really need that mod that would mirror flip assets. Wait, that's a mod? There's a mod that flips assets? What's it called? And if anyone could remind me to get that. I didn't know that was a thing. But that is huge. Oof. That is not my finest work. Okay. Attempt 2. You love tunnel time? Got a radio. You love pain. I mean, I love pain as much as the next person. So we're gonna go for it. But tunnel time is pain time. I feel like Poplar Ponderosa and I were talking about this. And Poplar said that Poplar's got it figured out. Down to an art. But here's the thing. Poplar told me how to do it, and then I promptly forgot it. And I don't know if I have the space to do it here. Make the underground segment first. Okay. Okay, maybe that actually kind of rings a bell. That actually kind of rings a bell. So, okay. I know that it's about 35. Oh my goodness, is that it? Oh, Anarchy's on. I'll turn that off. You know what? You're a wizard. Is that perfect? No, but I think I can fix this. Or I can hide it with some terribly placed landscaping. I can work with this. Yeah, Anarchy was definitely part of the. I think Anarchy was definitely part of the issue. I always forget it on. Like same problem in Cities 1. Like just, it's a problem. It's a problem. But also, Anarchy's so valuable. I'm never gonna stop. Yang Yang is just an absolute gentleman for making it. So clearly, I'm gonna keep using it and suffering. It'll be fine. What was the leaked content creator packs? Skyscrapers and God, what was the other one? Skyscrapers and that's a great tunnel. Well done, Poplar. Thank you. I can't take credit for it. That's all chat. Okay. What is the other one, guys? I don't want to have to look in the Discord. It's on the official cities Discord. Someone found the images. Give me a second. Is it supply chains? I think it was supply chains. I think that's what it was. Yeah, supply chains. Yeah, there was a leak. Someone found a couple of icons, which I think is hilarious. So they found a couple of icons, and the icons had the names of the packs. And the funny thing is, I think I can say this. I was totally unaware of the existence of this pack. So like that leak, people think that like content creators know a whole lot more than we actually do. Dude, I'm in the dark about most things too. I don't know what's going on. I'm just hoping for the best. So yeah, that was a cool find. Someone said leaks, yes. And also leaks. I put leaks on my pizza. They were good. Different kind of leaks, but good nonetheless. And I thought I'd tell you about it. Something nefarious. You're gonna get me to read something nefarious, and you're gonna get me in trouble. Had to dip. It's a beautiful tunnel. Thank you. It's all chat. Thankfully, well, here's the thing. It's beautiful, but I need to be able to finish the beauty. And we'll see if I can pull that bit off. That's really long. It's really long. So I think what I'm going to do is attempt to wind this thing in. I know this won't work, but do you fault me for trying? That's so sad. If on the other end, going underground was the call, I think I'll do the exact same thing here. And then just, you'll have to forgive a bit of imperfection. We're just going to, I think we're just going to have something kind of ugly. But it'll, all the ugliness and jank will be underground. Can't tell what's going on, guys. Oh. Yeah, perfect. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Also, use the train track tool when you're trying to connect to a train track, and not the road tool. They don't link appropriately. And as a result, you will have lots of problems. Okay, now here's my bit of ugliness. Okay. So I will start down here. You know what? I heard this rumor that if we were just to like put some trees over here in the future, you know what? It's fine. This is good enough. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's fine. Complete and utter disrespect for topography. Is this? I don't know. I think that we're working with the assets that we got. We're doing the best that we can. Sometimes that's all you got. This is what creates character in a community. Having a very difficult challenge and finding a unique solution for it. The world is not idealized. Reminds you of NJT? What's that? Brush it out, man. I mean, that looks not so good. I am slowly ruining that beautiful entryway that we created. And I'm doing my best to make it worse because I can't help myself. And I honestly don't know why it's getting worse. Okay. I'm about to leave it alone. I will leave it alone, guys. I will leave it alone. I'm making everything way worse. Ignore it. It's fine. It's fine. We're just going to ignore it. It's perfect. It's just fine. Not too bad. It's acceptable. I think it's fine. Looks like the Ohio rail system. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm trying to figure out if I've let you down or I've impressed you. Okay. And we'll swing by and out of town. You know what? Is it any more realistic or unrealistic than this? Because the outside connection, where we send the train out underground like that. Remember, guys, we're on an island. We have a beautiful rail connection to the outside world on our island. It's functional, and that's all that matters, indeed. And we're still... Unemployment we're barely denting it as we're not actually doing anything. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to get desperate in a second and just start zoning in a whole bunch of stuff. Also, Jacob, I've left your message on the screen forever at this point. To the point that you're probably concerned. I apologize. Don't let perfect be the enemy of bad. I'm trying. Okay. So I think I'm gonna load this up. I'm gonna try to respect hierarchy though. No uses should be on this outside road. I've done that. That's no good. Do I have art in this build? So I could turn off zoning. I do. So people keep saying that this mod doesn't work. I think it actually works too well. I've been very curious about that. Have you guys had problems with art? I find that I actually can't control it. Like I find it, I hover over something and I will inadvertently dezone. I have no problems with it actually like having issues. Is a frontage road for industrial districts realistic? I wouldn't think of this as a frontage road so much as I would think of this as the entry point into this industrial area. And from that perspective, I would say this would be very realistic because think about it. If you're coming out of this area, the last thing you want is a truck trying to load into a loading dock in the main circulation for the entire industrial site. So I would think that it's okay having a factory right here, for instance, backing up to Rosewood Street, but being directly on and taking access from Rosewood would probably not fly. I wouldn't think that that's an okay thing. Gary, I apologize for skipping your song. Thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Super generous of you. Hope all's well. You loved MC50. Thank you so much. I very much had fun with that one. I hope you guys liked it. What's the mod that splits up the industrial like that? It is called Specialized Industrial Zones. And I will share it. Can't stay long? Well, Gary, I appreciate you popping in at all. I know what you're up to. So I appreciate you saying hello. Gary, the one thing I will tell you that I mentioned earlier is that I plan on starting a faster series where my focus is building quickly and being willing to change things and adjust quickly. That I would release an episode on every week where I spend a lot less time on it. Less B-roll, less story, less city tour, and more responding to you guys quickly. Kind of like early days of VB where I just I get some comments and I would sit down on my lunch break and just like bang out a quick video. That's gonna be the goal. So I think it'll be fun. It's gonna be a nice way to. It'll be nice to give myself a bit more time to focus on Magnolia County and have something else to release as well. As a trucker, you hate having to use the main road reversing into place. Happens quite often and not in industrial zones where you have to deliver to construction site. Oh, and not in industrial zones, but on construction sites. Yes. So it's funny that you mentioned this because there's I was driving past something. I had to come to the office quickly and driving past the construction site and I saw this trucker have to deliver supplies and he looked miserable because here we are on this, it's an arterial, it's 2 lanes and there's this line of cars. They're clearly getting antsy and I can see that he's got to back up and he didn't have any help. So no one's blocking traffic and I can't even imagine the reason that I've never wanted to get like a camper or a boat or a kayak is because the idea of backing up with a trailer, I just don't think I could do it. Just don't think I could do it. So much respect. Gary, you're here for it. I love it. I love to hear that. So it'll be a different series. I don't know if people are going to like it as much. Maybe they'll like it more. I don't really know. We'll see. You saw a big truck trying to back into a loading dock from a road from behind a building in the hospital worker blocking traffic, including buses and ambulances. It's a big problem. But honestly, a bigger problem with blocking is in smaller communities where you have where you end up having trains that like sever a community in half. And then when they come through, it just like it just is what it is. Like there's nothing that can be done to wait for the train to clear. Why am I doing this? If I don't want the zoning to occur there, I should just move it to where I actually want it. That would make a lot more sense. There, the solution. So let's see. My curiosity. The factory has 48 workers, 100 right here. This one 34, 62. So reasonably, I should, if I filled this entire area in. Let's see how many jobs we have right now. My suspicion would be that we get 1,000 jobs and maybe solve unemployment. Like let's think strategically about this for a second. So Mulberry Park, wonderful name, 655 and whoa, hold on. There we go. So we've got our port right here. 765 jobs. Will InfoLoom tell us the unemployment rate by worker type? So our percentage is for poorly educated. Highly educated are also unemployed at a very high amount. And most of the people, what in the heck? Oh, no. That's our workers. So unemployed, we actually don't have that many. Mostly poorly educated, which I'm guessing the factories, if we were to look, are mostly poorly educated employees. So it would stand to reason that if we add a bunch of factories, we will take care of those 940 unemployed, poorly educated workers. And along with it, the uneducated, which are kind of close behind. I don't know what they would be, mostly commercial that they would be employed by. And obviously that's just one sample. Hold on. This one, same deal. Mostly poorly educated and educated with a lot of uneducated. Okay, we get a loan limited increase. Okay. We're not that far away, guys. I bet you if I spam some factories, we would get there. But let's try to think about the individual sites. Just to not be spammy. So I'll keep dividing this up kind of the way that I have based on the individual sites. So this area behind here would be like their loading area, maybe some parking, and I'll just keep dividing it up like that. This needs to be vanilla. I completely agree. I feel like I'm actually playing the game as a simulator, like thinking about the needs of the build, which is just something that you're not able to do in the vanilla game, and which is absolutely mind-boggling. Honestly, with this one, enable, you know what? Erg meme big. I like where your head's at. Super fast building spawning. If you've never turned that on, you'll either be mad at me for doing this, or you'll think it's the coolest thing you've ever seen. Basically, it just allows you to skip that whole crane animation, which I know so many people love. So I'm sure that I'm going to be disappointing the masses, but we'll go for it to make some quick progress. And because I have a guppy brain and I need the quick progress. Crazy that industrial only has one zoning type in vanilla when the residential and commercial have so many. Yeah, it's kind of made me wonder. So I have two hypotheses about that. One, they just didn't know how to show it. You know, because like think about it. The zoning meter right now is kind of a mess. Like this is really difficult to see what's going on. So if you were to show industrial the way that it should be, there would be a general, and then you'd probably click in here and have like a more complex view of this. Not like this, but like InfoLoom, where you would actually see demand by category. And then there would probably need to be like a SimCity 2013 style economy view that you'd actually be able to see. Like InfoLoom has this whole trade cost. This is a lot. And I get the impression, just in some of the conversations that I've had with folks at Colossal Order, and in conversations that that they've had in videos, that they are very aware of what I guess they want to keep the game accessible for as many people as possible. And I think that sometimes they do that to a fault. Like, yes, you want to keep the game accessible, but also like the core fans of the game have a certain expectation of what the gameplay experience will be like. And you gotta find a way to balance that. And I don't know that they've ever really figured it out, because I personally feel like the reason why we've never had, like Move It built into the game is straight up that they are afraid of making the game unapproachable. And I disagree with that, like as a foundational thing. I think they're wrong, but just call you meme. I think that would be smarter. And in the future, I will do that. I get that out. Trendy Wiz. Good luck with my stream. Thank you. I think now's when we crack the code. We just make a whole bunch of industrial, for better or for worse. They need an official mod pack for advanced gameplay. It's funny. I've actually told that to people. I've actually said that I think that's how you get past the console requirements too. Or the requirements on console that you don't have modding. I think that if you had an official mod pack, or I don't want to see a mod pack, I want to see it as a content creator pack, like a modding content creator pack. I think that's the way to handle it. If you do it that way, Now you can officially port it to consoles. They could have Move It, Anarchy, Better Bulldozer, water spawn points, like all of the super necessary stuff, plop the growables, and have it accepted by Microsoft and Sony. But I don't know that they are ever going to go in that direction. I would love to see it. I think it would make, so I personally think that console, if they were to do that, console could be the best experience for most people. Because if you've ever played, I don't know how many of you guys have actually played Cities 1 Remastered. It's very good. Very good. UI sucks, but being able to plug a mouse and keyboard in and play on 25 tiles with slightly better LODs, it's good. It's actually a very good experience. Give you a better simulation. It'll be over the moon. Right now, everyone's just painting and dropping and it stinks. Listen, Aaron, 1000% agree. 1000% agree. Like, I'm one of the weirdos who the thing that I wanted the most in the game was that simulation. And even like the videos where like I talked about the things I was excited about in Cities 2 when they were talking about it in their dev diaries, I was simulation first. I still am simulation first. It's the thing that the biggest letdown for me. So when I hear people saying we need more assets, we need support for XYZ, the assets have been really helpful, like the content creator packs, but for me, the biggest issue with the game is the simulation. And once the simulation's right, the game's going to be a lot of fun, I think. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, but it's a little different. What's better for me, City Skylines 1 or 2? Without a doubt, Cities 2. Which I think a lot of people, like there is a lot of people who disagree with that, and that's totally fine. Cities 2 straight up ruined City Skylines 1 for me, and I did not expect that. The road tools, the terraforming tools, it all just is so much better. And the graphics, even for all of their faults, of which there are many, the graphics are considerably better. And then there are tools like, I actually very much like the Surface tool. And not having it makes Cities 1 feel ancient to me. So it sucks. Yeah, like I don't even I've gone back and tried to build a city and enjoy it. And it's the main reason why I haven't gone back and finished my series, is I just feel very limited in the game now. Which is not, I know it's unpopular opinion. Hey Phil, there's nasty weather, possibly aiming for Wisconsin. Is Ryan Hall y'all on? I don't have my weather radio with me. I'm one of those weird nerdy guys who actually really enjoys a weather radio. Yes, Ryan's live. Hey guys, I'm gonna refill my coffee and open the window temporarily so I can see out the window. I have big black curtains, I can't see. Give me 1 second. Looks beautiful by me. Slight risk for tornadoes, according to him. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on that then. That is concerning. I clearly, for what it's worth, I'm in an office building right now. So if there's a tornado, I should not be in an office building. I'm not on the main floor either. I'm up. I'm on elevated terrain in a multi-story building, so that is not ideal. For Madison, it's just scattered thunderstorms at 4, isolated starting at 8, and it looks like it's going to pick up at midnight. So what that'll mean for me is if it gets crazy, I'll stay up late and watching Ryan Hall, seeing if I have to bring the kids in the basement. Just some morning? I appreciate that. No, guys, I seriously, when I'm doing this, I tune the outside world out for better or for worse. I tell my wife I'm going to be doing this. And if we get a call from summer camp, it's going to her. So I appreciate you guys letting me know. You're keeping me safe. That's very much appreciated. Watching driving, and it's crazy watching the drivers being completely ignorant of emergency sirens. That happens so often. How often do I have to bring my kids down to the basement location because of tornadoes? Infrequently. I mean, we don't have, so far this year it's been once. Most of the weather that we've had that's been bad has been, we've had hail a couple of times, which, hail really sucks. To the point that the number one spam call I get now is it's people trying to look at my house for hail damage. But it's I looked at the roof. It's fine. I don't need it. A lot of people are getting it done anyway around me. But yeah, that's ultimately what we're dealing with more than anything else. Hail. You're living in your mother-in-law's vacation home. It was built, it has a storm cellar in the basement. Very creepy place, but very safe. Here's the thing. I know someone that he was a really good friend around the time I was 18. I got to know him. And we really hit it off. We hung out a whole bunch. His parents died in a tornado right after we met. Never the same after. The guy went through some really tough times. But it was specifically because they didn't have a basement available in the place that they were at. And they went to the center place of a building and didn't make it. A lot of people in that structure didn't make it. And because of that, you gotta heed the warnings. They're legit. So if you have a place like that, it could be super creepy. Man, get in there. You just never know when that warning is like a legit, you got to get down there because this is it. You just never know. That's a nightmare. Yeah. And at the time he was 19, I was 18, and we were both going through that because my mom passed away when I was 18. So we that was one of the things that we eventually bonded over, and then also both were kind of messed up from it for a while. So I don't know. It's a tough thing, losing your parent when you're that age. Am I still active in APA? Have I considered submitting for the conference? So I'm still an APA member. I still am AICP certified. I have not considered submitting. So APA National Magazine actually reached out to me at one point about interviewing for a magazine article. And at the time I was feeling very shy. I think if they were to reach out to me again, I'd probably do it. To talk about different ways of engaging people in the planning profession. But But yeah, I had not been super active. I have not been since basically since leaving. I mean, even at that, like I felt like where I was at in my career, like I never went to Planners Day at the Capitol or anything like that. I don't know. The planning director went, and I was never the planning director. Felt like I shouldn't go. Oh, APA is American Planning Association. It's basically a big group where all of the different planners can get together, share knowledge. They also provide a certification. So basically, the American Planning Association has the certification that says that you're an experienced professional planner with training and experience. So I have that. I'm AICP certified. It matters to some people. It doesn't matter to others. For me, it mattered just to have the opportunity to demonstrate my level of expertise. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why I keep paying for it. Do I think I'm going to be practicing as a planner tomorrow, or maybe even ever again? I don't really know. But it worked really hard to get that certification. I really care about it. Even if I were to become like try to go and become a professor or something, I'd still want to be certified. So yeah. You thought it was ABBA? I mean, that's a different certification. I like ABBA. Can I do you a favor and increase the mic volume? I shouldn't do that because I'll start peaking, but I will get closer to it because I probably got far away. Can't be CPP without being a planner? Indeed. It's, although the funny thing is, I mentioned, and I didn't even realize I did it in the intro of the video, Magnolia County 50, that I was a planner. And I even saw a comment that said, I had no idea that you were a planner. So I think some people don't realize it, which is kind of funny. Those streets should be designed to access the port. So you think I should, you're right, actually. I should do this. So now if you were coming from inside of the industrial area, you'd have direct access to the port. Same thing right here. I probably should bump this over and not just scattershot place these. Whoops. And I shouldn't have this. This is basically, so, okay, thinking about hierarchy. This is the arterial. These two roads would be functioning as collectors, getting all the traffic from inside of here and getting it onto the arterial or into the port. So I shouldn't have things loading on here either, which I do. But that's the way it should be. And then I was trying my best not to have these across from each other, loading in directly the same spot. I think I'll do something like that. There, a little bit more logic behind it. Ugh, I thought I could get away with one. It really does not seem to like when you overlap like that. Okay, there we go. Boyle Wonder, good to see ya. How you doing? Been here since Bluffside, Doomsday. Thank you for sticking around. Like, kind of wild, honestly, seeing like when my editor told me 750 videos, like wild to me. The other wild thing to me is I'm kind of curious to know if it's still counting my original video on the channel, which is one that almost got me into trouble. For anyone who doesn't know, I was an absolute genius, and the YouTube channel was actually originally on my personal email. I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't make a new email for it, just the same thing I had been using. So as a result, a personal video that I actually had a potential employer talk to me about. The video was called "How to Emasculate Your Dog," and I put him in a cute sweater and played David Bowie music. And they talked to me about it in the interview, and I was horrified. I was like, I cannot believe that was your first impression of me, is me with a silly YouTube video from like 10 years ago where I was being an idiot. That definitely was not super impressed. Steve, thank you for the gift that's up on YouTube. Yeah, it was me putting a sweater, a Christmas sweater on my Boston Healer. That was the first video on City Planner Plays. So yeah, they like, I've never been in an interview where they were like, so I saw that video of your dog. It's like, I was like, I think what I said to it was, come again? And he's like, the video of your dog, you know, where you put the sweater on him. I was like, oh no. And then he had a really stern face, and then he's like, no, I thought it was funny. He's like, I like at the end where you made him spin in circles, and you know. Cool. But yeah, the first video on the channel that was actually up, and then I deleted it as I posted Bluffside 1, or I privated it, not deleted it. And then eventually I deleted it. So, and now I realize it doesn't really matter. I could have kept it up because I showed my face. Does this video still exist? I think I have it somewhere. I tell you what, I will look to see if I have it on MB, and if I have it, I'll play it. I'll have to mute it for YouTube, but it might be one of the first things I ever edited. So if I manage to get the unemployment rate down, we're gonna have to detail a whole bunch. Oh my gosh. Seriously? I'm much unhappier at this point. This makes me very unhappy. Unemployed, still 1,000. The unemployment rate for an uneducated person is 75%. Okay. Okay. Let's see how I solve this. There's another factory. You start to realize how much space this actually takes up if you try to be reasonable about it. It's insane. Like if you try to leave space for different supplies and loading. Okay, you know what? We're going for it, guys. We're just going for it. I'm gonna load this entire area up. No more industry. Need to move educated people out of low skill jobs. Wait a minute. You think that's the problem, Sonny? So you think I need well, the funny thing is there's no office demand either. So like high skill labor availability. Okay. I'll tell you what. Let's add a couple of offices in here and we'll see how these do for us. Okay, so this is 19 jobs. That's amazing. Not very many. So all of these are 20, 25, but they're going to grow. That'll improve. What did that do to our unemployment rate? 19. Sonny, you're a genius. You're a genius. Okay. Let's keep tackling this. We'll make this bigger. We'll have a mixture of office and industrial in here. Now, I am very curious about one thing. I am curious to know if I were just to go ham. First of all, okay, I do have autosave on. I'm going to save real quick and do... Let's just do a thought experiment, guys. So we've saved. We'll load back in. But let's just say what does that do to our unemployment rate? 19 and dropping. We'll kick our simulation up. Oh, and it's increasing. Okay. Workforce. Thinking hurts you? Depends on demand. Is there a way through InfoLoom to see where these people are working? Like, I just need to be able to tell easily who is underemployed. Because yes, if Sonny is correct and we've got well-educated people working where they shouldn't be, then reasonably, if I add these jobs, they should go move there. But it might take a little while. What about education? Oh, my education system is completely screwy right now. Totally screwed up. We don't have a college or a university. And we are short on elementary school. But do I want to encourage that? Do I want to encourage people to go to school? Like, I don't know if that's... Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. That's not necessarily what you need. Like, the way it makes it seem is like, oh, you should just have everyone going to college, but is that what we really want? You think this is part of the problem? Maybe commercial counts slow education? Well, we could test that out. So, okay. Seems like it's still skewed towards poorly educated. So, reasonably. So going back to Poplar's comments about education, We don't want anyone, or we want as few people as possible to be uneducated. So we definitely want to have the elementary school capacity completely soaked, because that's not good. Like, there aren't that many jobs. Like at our factories and at the commercial buildings, when you look at the employee counts, well, look at that. This factory is mostly uneducated people. I don't know how to make heads or tails of some of this, if I'm being completely honest with you. You love my videos, unrelated, but any idea on when I'll do more of the Soviet city builder? I've been thinking about it. I want to wrap up that little series. Oh, it's dropping now. So maybe it just takes a while for people to shuffle into their new jobs, and I need to be patient. And I am not patient. But look at that number going down. I don't know if you guys can easily see this. But right now we're at 16 and a half. It's just plummeting. That factory has almost all of the unemployed citizens. I agree. All right, we're going to let this keep going down. Where is the other elementary school? So we've got one out here. We don't have anything downtown. I'm going to add one down here. That's supposed to be a park, so we'll leave that. Seems crazy to have it right on the coast. Sorry, kids. You get to attend school by the train tracks. Easy to, not even easy to get to it. Just happens to be there. More signature buildings. That's not a bad idea, honestly. We need to get some of these industrial signature buildings. Vehicle factory. Oil drilling area hub. You know what? Okay. I want to get the vehicle factory. That's what we're going to do. Let's go for the vehicle factory and see if that helps us reach our goal. I'm going to leave the spam there for a while. We can move stuff around. So where do we have oil? Everywhere. Everywhere. Including right next to our industrial district. So let's make a beautiful beachside oil. We're destroying this entire pristine beach. I feel terrible about this. This flat area seems like it would make sense, though. Out of all of them, like we won't put it there. Cracker plant. What is the cracker plant? Hold on. Is that one of the signature buildings? I think it must be. Holy oil Batman? Yeah, we're paying for this. We are definitely paying for this, so we might as well utilize it. Water and power. I guess we're right there. So my guess is What if I make a custom road builder road that supports underground sewage on a highway? Highway with water and power. Okay, so support zoning, supports everything. There we go. So that's our new highway. And I bet I'm too far away from it. Hold on, guys. Hold on. It seemed like such a valiant effort. I think it's failing. Do I have an airport, and does that impact unemployment much? We don't have an airport, and I bet you it would have an impact. I guess depending on the number of employees that are at the airport itself. So that is something that we could add. Let me zone on a highway. Let me zone on a highway. That's all I want to do. I just want to zone on a highway. Hey, NASA cities are inspired by Dresden and Rome. Yes, yes. Are we trying to help me in the stream and the stream early? Well, you're trying to help me get to. I have to. Let's see. What do I have to do today? I have to get to FedEx in the next 2 hours to drop off Frozzy's computer. Otherwise, Frozzy doesn't get his computer again. That's no good. Sparky, thank you for the 19 months and the biddies. Old Worm, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Sparky, thank you for the biddies twice. I missed both. And Whopper, thank you for becoming an associate planner on YouTube. It seems you're very late. What'd you miss? We've been trying to solve the unemployment problem. Look at that. It looks like we're doing some damage. But we're not quite there. The other thing, are these upgrading now? That's a big question. And also, would this be helpful? So I shouldn't place this on what is an arterial, but let's say hold on. Let's just do this right. What am I doing? Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm losing my mind a little bit here. I'm making custom road builder roads rather than taking this arterial, not zoning on it, building myself just a normal collector to bring all this traffic through. Then I can place my industry on this, and it all makes a ton more sense. All I got to do is think and not lose my head. Don't I need 2 oil industries to unlock that factory? Do I? If so, then I will add 2 right away. And good looking out, Poplar, if that is the case. Good looking out either way, I should say. Oh, no, no, no. I did it wrong. I did it backwards. I always do that. I screw up which side I'm starting on, and I end up inadvertently, if I have anarchy on, going straight through the building. And I'm sure that's like one moment away from causing a crash to desktop. So we don't want to do that if we can avoid it. So let's see. Okay. So we got the two of these. Did I already place this? Why is there a star there? So it's oil area hub buildings. I need 10, which means I need these to level up. So that's why I want to add. So I'm going to try to add in that mod. I'm going to use that mod rather to add in some of the warehouses specifically for this. So let's see. Oh, whoops, 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 whoops. Wait, is that storage? It is. That is oil storage. That looks terrible. Oh, wait. Industrial manufacturing, oil warehouses only. Fascinating. So this to me looks like what I'd expect. That building is not. Yeah, I need 10 drilling areas for the hub. Not two. I think you're right about that. I don't need 2 oil areas, but I have 3 now between these because I have 2. So I think that these being larger isn't a bad thing. And let's just make sure. Oh no, it's 2 in 1. So I need 1 awesome industry, not 2. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to do something. I want to know if this actually helps. I don't know if there's a way for me to quantify this, if the efficiency will go through the roof here, if we have a whole bunch of storage nearby. But it feels like this is kind of what I'd expect to see over here. So I'm very curious. I'm also going to make this bigger, and then we'll look at some other factories to see what we would need to get them. There, we'll go with that. That's monstrous. You think it means I need 10 separate areas? Okay, well, hold on. I actually disagree. I believe that it's specifying. Okay, so now we have 2 in this one, 2 in this one. There's an easy way to tell. So this says 2 of 10 hub buildings. Okay, there's 3. Wait, you're right. Hub buildings. I need 10 of these. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shoot. You are right, Steve. How could I have doubted you? Okay. That changes my entire strategy. So with that in mind, we go for many smaller industrial hubs. Yeah, whoops. It's time to get a little spammy here. And we're not going to be apologetic about it. We're doing what we got to do. We're doing what we've got to do. If you wanna appease the game gods, sometimes you got to do some things you're not proud of. And that's where I think we are at. So if anyone's here from North Dakota, let me know how crazy this is relative to reality. I am in my, we're definitely drill baby drilling right now. Because you can't build a car factory unless you have 100% of the oil. You know what? I'm making this more complicated than it has to be. I'm adding all these gaps in between like it matters. It doesn't. I can just get these right up to the side. And you better believe that's what I'm going to do. That sucks. If this, like this one's leveling up really nicely. It would have been great for that to exist, but we must go smaller. We must go smaller. Battery EVs, no oil required. Well. To be fair, are we still using plastic? Because I drive an EV, and there's unfortunately a lot of plastic in there. So less than a gas car, more than there should be. So maybe that's why that's a requirement to have this for the car factory. Or maybe it's not an EV factory. Painted plant-based plastic. That is the goal. If we can get if we can get all of the plastic swapped out with plant-based plastic, then we're good. South Dakota, you often see small drilling fracking ups instead of farmland. Okay, so you're saying that you actually might see it here, although bummer. It's like the one spot where there's none of it. It's all over here. So I could just place it here and have a farm next to it. Maybe that's the play if we want it to actually look nice. So you're saying something like this. Ah, the dairy house. Delivering delectable dairy delights daily. I love that. Okay. And we're now blind as well, so that was helpful. That's wonderful that it decided to do that to us. Okay. So we're going to place the dairy house in just a second. I don't know if it makes any sense to place that in the harbor area though. So I might just find an area like this where we're kind of near all of the highways and place it like right off the highway. Too big again? Well, we're going to just start spreading this stuff all over the place, I think. We'll end up having all of this extractor spam and then needing to clean it up later. Most automotive grease is also petroleum. Well, EVs don't have much of that. To be frank, everything that isn't something else is probably fun. That's true. You got to run. Gary, have a great weekend. And hopefully you're doing really well. Hopefully you're doing well. Thank you for being here, buddy. And again, thank you for all the support. Okay. Okay, Dairy House. What do you guys think? I think wouldn't this kind of be near a farm, but it generates all this pollution. That's the problem. I know it's only low ground and low air, but it's enough. There's a lot in the Badlands, on dead-end dirt roads, small square plots. Okay, maybe I'll add some of those throughout here after we place this. I think I'm just going to put this thing like, we're right near, we have highway access right here. I think something like this might work. Build a small town to support it. No time for that right now. Fun fact, cows that listen to classical music produce more milk. Noodle, really? Imagine if I had unlimited money activated. I mean, I don't need it. We're making money now. My problem is I never build industrial because I dislike it. It's the terrible bias of living in a college town is we have no industrial. And when we do, it's biotech. We have no heavy industrial. Or I should say no, we have very little. What if they listen to city planner music? They would produce all of the milk. That's legitimately the reason why master plan music exists. So that cows could produce more milk. It's my way of giving back to Wisconsin. We have to make sure that the happy cows come from Wisconsin and not California. How many jobs? We'll check in a second. That is actually a very good point. We should check to see how many jobs those produce. So little rectangular or square extractors like that. Maybe even for this one. Rather than getting cute and curvy. We'll just it's not having it. When they get stuck together, that's half of the reason I don't like bringing them together is you can end up breaking like the nodes are forever linked together now. Unless you were like very careful and specific and I will stop. It's not helpful right now. You notice that your rail crossings don't allow both sides of the traffic to flow at the same time, even though the trail's coming out. That's bizarre. Keep them uneven. They never are in real life. Yeah, I'll leave it. It just bugs me. It shouldn't bug me, but it does. Okay. Dairy house, 90 jobs. It feels like there's just like leafy greens right here. Now has 54 employees and a bunch of random stuff spawned in there. Same thing here, 30 employees. And then the dairy house, only 91. Feels like there'd be like drivers, like, you know, milk truck drivers going around all the different grocery stores or something. 6 here and just 5 nothing. Okay, not very many. Okay, so we're 3 away here. For the fuel plant, industrial manufacturing buildings. It's funny. You can see the way, like when I go through here, what I see is the game definitely encouraging you. Like, it does not want you to leave a bunch of gaps and like detail around it. It definitely wants you to just spam a bunch of factories. Like, that's the game wants you to make a gigantic district like this and just like spam them all in. Which I have mixed emotions about. If I make a small town near the dairy house, I actually make things much worse right now. Because then I'm adding more residents. And I need the unemployment rate to drop by another 11%. Or I'm not allowed to end stream. So you're telling me to go in the wrong direction. I keep adding jobs and nothing's working. If you think I'm adding any population to this city at all today, you are mistaken, my friend. We're not adding any people here. We're not allowed to add people here today. That is not okay. We can't do that. Unemployment is at, above 15% still. Okay. So now I'm 2 of these away. I am not going to attach these again because I am concerned about what it did. I might also do some off-camera cleanup to all of this once I'm done. I keep saying I'm gonna do off-camera stuff, and then I spend a week and a half on Magnolia County. There we go. Vehicle factory is complete. And then I don't have the opportunity to do any off-camera stuff, but I'm gonna try. I should be adding those big commercial buildings and office buildings. They might help. I don't feel like that's the employment that we actually need, though. That's the problem. Holy cow. Look at this thing. That is wildly big. Okay, where's a spot that's even big enough for this? On the water here. Wow. Unless we build it like somewhere. I mean, this legitimately happens when you have a use this big. Like, finding a site suitable for it is a real issue. It needs to be by rail. Looks very American. Yeah, this is a factory. I want to place this in Magnolia County now. I feel like this is probably a suitable spot for it. We could bring the rail up to it potentially. It's just, it sucks that it's such a pretty location, but everywhere on the map is pretty. So I guess maybe I shouldn't be using that. It's not the Amazon distribution hub. Yeah, then it would be actually, if it were like the Amazon distribution hub, the biggest factor is not rail. It was actually highway access. Rail is cute for them, but not necessary. What was necessary was direct access to an interchange, of which there are none in this entire build. So I guess none of that would matter. This feels blasphemous, but there's where we put it. Whoops. It feels deeply, I'm deeply disturbed by the location. Never mind. It does have a smokestack. Oh yeah. It does look more car factory now. And I don't even know. I bet you that, I wonder if these are ones that we could remove them if we wanted it to be more Amazon warehouse. That's kind of cool. Okay. Just out of curiosity, 363 jobs. So it does have a decent number of jobs. It needs metals and plastics, produces vehicles. I wish that this building was modular so that we could add the rail connection, because there is not actually a rail connection here. But I completely agree with you guys. Like, it would make a lot of sense to bring like parts into this and get the cars out of here. Makes a ton of sense. I think I'll just snake the road connection in back here. And honestly, I think because of the rail, I'm going to take it the opposite direction. So we'll take it around the factory this way. I need to generate $500,000 an hour. You think if I generate $500,000 an hour, the build will be in a, then we'll finally have enough employees, enough jobs for all the people. Eventually. Funny thing is, at the end of the Magnolia County video, just generating an absolutely stupid amount of money after being bankrupt. Fun fact, Amazon has purchased thousands of rail containers for intermodal. They move goods on rail that bulk supply the distribution centers because it's far cheaper. Many Amazon warehouses are located near rail, but intermodal can go on trucks and to the locations via roads. That's true. I thought I remember reading during the pandemic, Amazon was one of the few things that like didn't have as many problems. One of the few because they had their own not just their own intermodal containers, but also their own port facilities. I thought I remember reading that. But yeah, if for anyone who doesn't know, there's actually an Amazon going in near Madison. That's going to be I think it's one of the 10 biggest in the world. I don't know why they chose Madison. It was very controversial, and also it's a done deal. Like I've actually gone to take a look at all the work that they're doing. It's kind of wild to see it. Like it's going to be an absolutely crazy project when it's done. Anarchy strikes again. Yeah. I'm I've done some bad anarchy things. Also, I kind of like what it's done with this little chunker there. I think we'll roll with this. Let's make sure that this is bi-directional. I think it is. Yeah, I think we're good. But now we could add more industrial over here if we needed to. Let's see. It's doing okay. Network quality is bad. Not enough employees. That's the issue. Unemployment, 14. We knocked a percentage off. And falling. Put parking lots around it. That's true. That's fascinating. Look at, I guess there's a little bit of parking right here, but not all that much. Actually, that's a terrible spot because all of the freight traffic's going in the front. So we'd want in the, maybe before you get to it, maybe in the rear. The crazy thing is the asset doesn't allow for any other access besides through the front. And reasonably, like, you'd want that to be somewhere else. And I'm guessing that if the building were like being submitted, that's something that they would be talking about. Thankfully, we can absolutely ignore the asset design and do whatever we want. So I'm just going to plop these back here. And then better bulldoze these things together. There. Welcome on in. Now you can go into the factory. And I'll also get rid of these terrible looking trees. Perfect. Now the efficiency is going through the roof. Sick employees, network quality. So we're short on hospitals. Are you kidding me? Unemployment has gone up. Oh. Yes, we should be placing the invisible pedestrian paths. You were right. They're actually, so this is vehicle only. That's actually a pedestrian path on this. So I think as it sits now, all we would need is a node to get across the road for anyone to be able to walk there because the path is already there. I wonder. We've got a little bit of money now. I don't know if this asset works. But it's a similar asset. Where is the post sorting facility? Let's do it. It'll be 24 hours. You haven't seen desperation set in yet. I'm getting close though. Desperation will set in, and I will start doing some crazy stuff. You're getting close to seeing desperation, but you're not there yet. So post sorting, another chunker of an asset. You know what? Post sorting facility with $1 million view on a cul-de-sac. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is only 80 jobs. That's amazing. That's a lot. Thanks a lot. Am I importing workers because of no transit? That would be ridiculous. But potentially, let's see. jobs employed. We're basically at an equilibrium. And no one's homeless now, which is awesome. But our unemployment rate is skyrocketed. Now we're at 16%. How is telecom coverage? That's a great question, actually. Terrible. It's okay. Okay. Let's just do all the big buildings. All of the big buildings. Server farm. Look at that. This is just what the doctor ordered. I'm gonna place this one over here near New Dresden. This should perfect coverage over here, and we've got plenty of space for it. I'll bump that over so we can extend the road through there at some point. This gives us 40 employment. Fiber optic cable for $5,000 a month. We can increase the range. Let's see. Hold on. What does this do? That actually covers New Dresden really well then. If I would have put this on the other side of town, hold on. If I would put this over, yeah, it wouldn't cover it. That gets us, we got good coverage over here forever now. We have fair coverage over here. Can I upgrade this thing? I don't think I can. Oh, I can. We'll give it both upgrades, which will get us into the orange. That's an improvement. I don't know how much that helps. Maybe I was hesitant. That's not good. Garbage is piling up. I was hesitant to add in the extra education facilities. I'm gonna stop being hesitant. We're just gonna go for it. I think that we've got to add it. So I'm gonna add in both a college and a university. And honestly, if I put in the medical university, we will unlock another signature building. So I say we just go for it. Which one do you guys think we should go for? By the time we get to under 4%, you're going to be heading to your family's house for Christmas. Is there public transportation between Dresden and Rome? There is. There's actually a train that goes right between the two. It's the only thing that the train does. Type of jobs created versus population levels. We were kind of doing the right thing, and now we're going to go the opposite direction with the university, I think. Just checked. InfoLoom will show the workplace distribution so you can see the gaps. So the thing is, we have dropped the unemployment rate for uneducated. It was 75%. The unemployment rate for poorly educated was 45%. Thing is, it feels like we're adding hundreds and hundreds of jobs and no one's taking them. So, and we don't really have any unemployed people who are highly educated or well educated. It's just at the bottom end, which is why, the question's been, why don't we just, why don't we add offices? I don't know that that's actually doing anything, that the offices are helping at all. Maybe they were. Maybe they helped a little bit. It seemed like unemployment went down when we like just spammed some offices. But I am curious. Okay, you know what? Let's keep this up. We're gonna keep this on the screen for a moment because I want to plop. We're gonna plop the college and just chill for a second. I think I could make the French college look nice. What do you guys think? Uneducated are the hardest to fill, in your opinion? It's Craig. I agree. The numbers seem like they're improving, but I don't know. Something seems wrong. So I don't know if getting more of them out of that zone is the correct route. Okay, got a signature building. Two of them. So, okay, Eastern European College. And then I am going to unlock the medical university. The whole reason I want to unlock that one in specific is that should allow us to unlock pharma. So we'll plop this thing in. We'll try to find a good spot for it. Oh my goodness, this is another just absolutely gigantic asset. I'll bring that back. My goodness. The city is for sure not ready for this in terms of its size, but I just... Under the vanilla info, check the workforce stats. Also look at the industrial buildings to see how low-leveled ones have higher proportion of uneducated. If you spam industry but lock them to the lower levels, they won't upgrade. Oh! That's actually a heck of a good point. What if we just educate them and then we don't care? We're going to do it. We're just going to place this thing. And I think that you're right, Vainglorious. This will help with the sick workers too. I've gotten so spammy now that I'm unhappy with everything that I'm doing. Okay. Here's how I make myself feel better. I'm going to take this. This is going to be super helpful. Super helpful. This is a much better location for this. Even if I hate deleting all those jobs, even if that gets us nowhere near what we're supposed to be doing, it's got to be done. It's got to be done, guys. Ah. Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain. That hurt. That really hurt. I think it had to be done though. I really do. So I'm going to basically take that site and make that where the medical university goes. That's the whole reason why I moved this. I feel like the medical college could have a really beautiful campus location like that. Use the spammy as inspiration. Just blast some neighborhoods of industry. And then make the next stream the goal infilling and detailing. I might. Here's what we'll do. Let's quickly. Okay. I'm going to bite. I will load this up. I'm going to we'll place our medical college. Look at how much money we're making now. We'll place our medical college and then we'll go and spam for a while. And the next one, I want to make this medical college campus actually look nice because this is going to look obscene. Oh, look at that. We got our pharma building. We're making progress, guys. We're making ugly progress, but sometimes all progress isn't necessarily linear, and sometimes it isn't beautiful. Sometimes you do what you have to do. Desperate times. Goodbye, nice stream. Hey, Tommy, thank you so much for being here. Have a good one. Speaking of, you took part of the high set yesterday. What's that? Ugly progress is the only type of progress your area knows. Well, here's the thing. I love Madison. We make very beautiful progress. Sometimes it takes us way too long. I sometimes feel like we need to find a way to balance that out. Because there are areas where, like, when I went down to Savannah was really pretty, but some of the areas surrounding it, it seemed like they were cooking on the ugly progress. Just like they were spamming buildings. And you gotta find that balance. We have an urban design committee in Madison that ends up spending years figuring out the perfect brick for a building, only to have the developer go belly up in the meantime, as the urban design committee is determining the perfect brick. It's wonderful. And let's see, what can we do with this? I've actually never built this thing. I had a 25% recovery failures. That's amazing. Plus 10% hospital efficiency. Awesome if you have one. I don't think we do. And the upgrades. Increased capacity. Don't need that. Practice clinic. Citizens near the university can be treated. Yes. Yes. I'll even put this in town. Research facilities. Increases the chance of graduation. 6% dropout rate seems fair. We're good. Deconstruct it to make it smaller. We could. Maybe that's the play to make this fit a little bit better. Eventually, we just bring transit right up to it and get rid of all this parking, add a structure. Because there's like it's nice to have all of this other stuff. Although, what is here? Sometimes when I look at these assets, I just kind of wonder, what the heck? like there's an outdoor gym at the medical college. I guess maybe they're fitness focused. It just kind of feels like that'd be inside, not outside. It's interesting propping. But it would be a nice place to hang out. Cool. It is, the asset itself is beautiful. The propping around it's a little suspect, but the asset is awesome. This is one of the, like, I feel like they really nailed the big assets in this game. Like that came with the vanilla game. Most of these are awesome. And they feel like placing the car factory, like this was not, like assets this big were not in CS1. And it was the biggest thing the game was missing. So seeing this is amazing. And the pharma, Not quite as big, but that means that we can place it. Honestly, maybe we should have it close to here. Imagine the synergy between the medical college and the pharma factory. You can imagine this being like a public-private partnership. And honestly, I know this isn't what I should be doing right now, guys, but you guys know who I am. And I can't change who I am. So I'm going to do some stupid things. Nope. I'm not going to do it. I wanted to deconstruct the asset, bring the pharma next to this, add structured parking. That is a great future step. That is not what we're doing right now. I'm going to be myself eventually. You work at a public-private development. It ain't easy. They're not easy. I know that for certain. Okay. I will place it right over here, though. I do think that would make sense. So this is a public-private partnership. That's why it's right here. It's a for-profit arm of the university. Wish I could actually leave this like this. That's like the one. I feel like I should ask them about this. I really want, like, to me, it feels like some of the strike zones for the power and water are a little bit too aggressive. I wonder how difficult it would be to change that. I bet it's an insane ask to make that smaller. But I will just do this. Okay, so let's see. The university. This is 15 employees. Okay, 15 employees work at the medical university. That is amazing. I thought there was going to be like 1,000 here. That's legitimately crazy. Maybe it gets better when there's more students. This has 100 potential. Yeah, that is wild. So okay. I'm going to assume that that's based on the number of students, because there's 75 at the elementary school and 15. Oh no, like there's already 600 students enrolled here. Doesn't make any sense. There's no rationalizing this. And that also includes our clinic add-on over here. That's insane. That makes zero sense. That's cute. That makes zero sense. It feels like no one looked at that. My school type staff increases. Well, the problem is I added the practice clinic, and that has no, like, it has 100 patient capacity, but 0 staff as far as I can tell, because that's 15 employees between the entire medical college and the practice clinic. So it's kind of crazy when you think of it like that. Like, oh well. That's quite the student to instructor ratio. It's not great. I remember having a class where it was 4-to-1. One of the best classes I had too. When you get that one-on-one with your teacher, it's amazing. Or not your professor. CPP, the faculty are on summer vacation. That's true. You know, maybe this will be our Scandinavian region, and it's summer right now, so they're all on their break for the next month. That's why the number of employees is so low. The bare minimum to maintain the facility. It's just janitors. Can you request the song? Steve, go for it. What would you like to hear? You can request if you want to hear anything. Epidemic, that is. I can do that. Steve, my eyes are on chat. You want to hear cats walking? Detailing. Let's see. Boom. Sorry, YouTube delay. Oh, that you're good. You're good. Everyone's dying too. That's amazing. New problems. You know, the thing that sucks about these Mediterranean assets is they're so pretty. I don't want to place normal assets next to them. So I added a French crematorium, which has a capacity of 3. I need to get over it because the game is not functional without the vanilla assets. So I think I'm going to just sneak this thing in. I do feel, I'm going to tell you guys something. I feel like we've been playing the game a lot today and not doing as much painting, for better or for worse. It feels like we are both fighting and playing the game, which has been interesting. 12.3. 12.3. 4:15. FedEx closes in 45 minutes. And then I let Frozzy down. We're making progress. Okay, guys, we're going hard. Okay. We're just gonna make it happen. Whatever it takes. We're just okay. What did that do for us? What did that do for us? 8. It touched 8. It touched 8.6, 8.5. Okay. I see the path. I see the path. I see the path. What's the info bar at the top of the screen? That has unemployment. And they're saying unemployment is good enough. So this is city statistics is what this mod is called. Mail availability is low. Education, elementary school is a problem. It's also saying that shelter availability. What is, oh, we don't care about that. We're also low on water and power. Okay. Let's meet some of our needs with that. So I'm gonna add another elementary school. And we still need one over here. I'm gonna sneak one over on the other side. And then I'll deconstruct it a bit. Hold on. Let's I will forgive myself for doing a little bit of deconstruction. It's my favorite thing to do. We'll figure the rest out later. I'm not overly concerned. But this, don't let me forget about this, guys. It looks super bad. We'll figure it out. But we needed this here. And it completely fits. Is it a dumb spot? Yes. It's fine. It's fine. Cool. So that solves our elementary availability. That should help us continue to drive down our unemployment. 8.1. I'm going to place... We're going to place a gigantic power plant. And I think that we also need to solve our trash issue. So we had this over here. Can we add on to this? We'll add the depot. We'll increase our processing capacity. And we don't need a storage extension. We're good. So there we go. That should help with trash. For power, incinerator. You know what? You're right. You know what? You're right. Hold on. The reason why you're right is we only have 25 garbage trucks. That ends up being a really limiting factor. It's okay. That will also help us with our power, potentially. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, you love the info bar at the top? It's called City Statistics. And yeah, very good. I might actually add it to my mod set. I mean, InfoLoom's been good too, but this one, just that quick glance, I feel like I had that in most of my series for Skylines 1, and it was good. And honestly, I think it's about time that I kind of just go through mods. Maybe in the next stream, actually. I'd like some input from you guys on mods I should check out, so that I could start to think about putting together another a new modding video. Okay, and we already have an underground power line here, so I'm just going to do that. Now it's connected, and we will go for the garbage truck depot extension. Now we should have 75 garbage trucks, if I recall. Yeah, 75 here. So between the two, we got 100. We should be fine. Perfect. That's also helped with electricity. Let's see what we're doing there. We're importing a ton. Same thing with water. We're importing everything. This to me looks like the most logical spot, because all this would be brackish or salt water. So if we were to get water anywhere, it's likely right here. So I'll do something like this. I'm going fast, guys. We're just rolling at this point. This might be the most that I've ever built on stream. We're gonna get the Mediterranean pack. You can't. Mediterranean pack is paid, unfortunately. I also think it's super high quality, so it's very much worth it. Super sick though. And then we're also using the Mediterranean static ploppables, but that one only works if you have the full pack, unfortunately. But also rightfully so. But that one is a content creator pack, so just like whenever you get those, you're also supporting that creator, so that's pretty cool. We don't own this tile, so I should probably be a good person and get it. Okay, so now we're good with water. For power, I'm going to add a new power plant. Guys, quickly in chat, which power plant should we place? It's a shame, but you think it'd be worth it? I think the Mediterranean pack, if you want to build a Mediterranean city, super worth it. Super worth it. The cheapest? We already have the cheapest. Oh my goodness, we have no money. I understand why you're saying the cheapest now. I managed to burn through 100% of the money in like 4 seconds flat. Gotta spend money to make money, you're right. Go for the nuclear plant? Oh, let's see how much this thing would cost. We can't afford any of them, but we definitely can't afford that. If we go for anything, it should probably be the gas power plant. I feel real bad right now. But we're building the gas power plant. Where is the front of this asset? We're going to build a pad over here. We'll level a pad for it. Okay. Hold on. We'll grab something in the middle so we could push dirt around. Okay, it's gonna drive me crazy that it's not totally parallel with the road. But there. Now I know that that's facing in the right direction. Okay, this is another 100 jobs. That's a good thing. Oh my gosh. I need to pause. I will drop it off tomorrow. It's fine. We'll get Frozzy tomorrow. But I am blaming you guys. Definitely not my my not so great ideas here. Is this water actually here? I can't tell. Okay, so that's connected, and then the other thing is the power. Outside world connection made. There we go. Tons of power. Less water than we need. Exporting. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. You didn't set the 4% goal. I did. That was real dumb. 7.8, 7.7. No one's homeless here anymore, and many people have a job. But not everybody. We're getting closer. 7 point. No. Don't just you can't watch it. We're making money again. We're selling power. We're doing well. People are moving in too. I wish they'd stop. I wish that I want to be a NIMBY right now and say, no, you can't come here. We're full. We don't need any more people to live in the community. We're good. Okay, so now that we've done that, 7.5 still. My goodness. I didn't want to get spammy, but I'm getting spammy. And I'm not supposed to be zoning on that road. That is a problem. Hold on. There's spam and then there's going ham, and that's not. We're not going there. We're not. I gotta breathe. Gotta take a step back. Buses to my industrial. That's actually a great idea. Okay. That's a next step. Unless, of course, we don't need to get there. Okay, no zoning on any of these. And then to maximize it, there we go. Up. I need to control the zoning more. It's Brandon, I'm sure that you're thinking this. The zoning is broken. Okay. All of the industrial. That has gotten us to... I might still make it to FedEx, guys. I might still make it to FedEx. Let's go. 3%, 2.9. I know we spammed. It's bad. It looks terrible. But 2.7% unemployment. I don't know how that happened. I don't build enough industry. I just need to go more ham with industry, I guess. Does this look good? Nah. But the game demands it. The game knows what it wants. Yeah. 2.8 now. 2.7. It's actually getting better. We are. Well, I'm gonna save it. We're gonna save it up. I feel accomplished. I do feel accomplished. I feel like we've added a lot, and look at what our budget's doing now. We solve our economic woes, and things are good. And the funny thing is, a lot of it came down to just doing the things up here. Like once we actually solved for our issues up here, which I've got to. I just want to see all green except for mail. Once we solve for all those problems, everything is good. Which makes me realize I'm actually playing the game wrong, and I have been. And I'm not sure if that's like the consequence of the rough launch. Residential, industrial. People love factory. Jobs heard it here. The UI at the top is called City Statistics. Highly recommend it. I think I've got to add this to the rest of my builds. Super good. Also, if you don't like it up there, City Stats. You can throw it on the side as well. The only reason why I didn't place it over here is InfoLoom. You can't move InfoLoom's stuff, so it's over the top. And I could move it over here, but then you guys couldn't see it. So yeah, very, very flexible, quick stuff at a glance. Very nice. That's where it actually wants to be, which is, again, not where you guys can see it. So yeah. Yeah, to be frank, the city is functioning well, which is kind of crazy. I think this actually might be the best functioning city that I have right now, and it's super ugly. Like this is I don't know if you go on Reddit and you see these like awesome screenshots. I feel like we've just made a screenshot city. So like we could come in and get the perfect angle, and then you zoom out and the city looks like this. Like, let's find the perfect screenshot. We'll add a couple of trees to hide the madness and the insanity. We won't look that way. We'll only look this way. We'll only look top down like this. How do I make the zones grow quicker? There's a mod that can do it, but if you're not wanting to use the mods, under simulation in the dev menu, you can go to test mode, and then there's super fast building spawning. So I just have that enabled right now, and that just makes everything just go pop right there. There it is. So yeah, that's pretty cool. It says something, you can't even get a good screenshot. Okay. That was hurtful. Okay. It's true and it's hurtful. And also we have stuff despawning. I don't know why that's happening. Right there. Got some work to do. Is InfoLoom a keeper for the playset? I think so. Brucey boy. I think it's good. I think it's and that's you. That's if I'm not mistaken, that is you. Yes, it is. So here's the thing about InfoLoom. I think I'm probably going to add it to Magnolia County and never show it on camera. I think that it's useful for me and way too much for a group of people, if that makes any sense. Like, this is very helpful. Like, I can actually see for the first time. Look at this, guys. Our unemployment rate for uneducated is down to 17.5. It was at 75% before. Poorly educated, 3.4. This is where all of the changes occurred. It was 65% when we started. So InfoLoom can show this. There's no other way to see this. It's also, honestly, I need it for the next episode so I told you guys before that you're guinea pigs. The next episode of Magnolia County, I want to focus on the unemployment rate. So I think, Brucey, I've gotta have this in the mod set. So I'll probably be overhauling the mod set, adding in both the zoning mod that we looked at, as well as probably city stats and InfoLoom. Being able to actually see what the simulation is doing is just super helpful. So yeah, good for you for maintaining this one. Super cool. I can expand the top menu also. This one? Wait, how? I know I can get rid of things. I have no idea how to. What is the little arrow on the right of the InfoLoom box? Hold on. Oh, this? You can there are submenus. There's just a lot of information in here. There's just a lot of information. It's information that we should probably be able to see. I don't know how you guys thought to put this together. And Brucey, I guess I don't know how similar this is to the Thunderstore version. Did you make any changes to it? Or is it just yeah, the workplaces one has a, hold on. Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. It just, you can keep drilling down. This is by sector. Wow. So we can see that right now our uneducated employees, 32% work in service, 6% in commercial, 1.7 in leisure, 14.5 in extractor, and 44 in industrial. That is, wow. Oh, and this shows who's working here and who's a commuter. Oh, it's so sick. Yeah, this is definitely going the mod set. I have to have this. I can't believe I've been playing without it. Truthfully, like until the base game has this, like this is just super valuable info to understand your city. This is probably what this menu should be. I know what they're trying to do here. Like this is super digestible, but it's also just like not useful. like, yeah, like this shows you stuff, but like, I don't know what this means. Like I've never understood, like I don't go in the info views because it doesn't show me anything that makes sense. Like, like the trade menu here, like it's showing me that I'm importing, like my deficit is like $250 billion. But in here, I guess this one still is a lot. I'd have to really think about it. Yeah. It's exposing so much data that exists hidden to the base game. Yeah, Brucey boy, seriously, super valuable. Like, it's going to the mod set. Honestly, I don't want to give away too much about that. I think that this is probably going in my, definitely in the top 20 mods video. I don't know what it'll bump out, but I think that it's so valuable. If you're a simulation-minded player, this is the first time I feel like I've actually played the game as a simulator, which is weird to admit. Glorious, thank you for getting Brucey Boy the gifted sub. Seriously, like super cool. Great Noise, thank you for the gifted sub. Sheppies, thank you so much for the prime. It's Craigle, thank you for the prime. Chicken, thank you for the prime. On the nerdy side, thank you for 19 months. Sorry you're late. The stream can start now. Hey, listen, you saw the most impactful hour of the stream on the nerdy side. Zerdum, thank you for 11 months. Biffa, you got to check this out. Okay, I promise you, it was below 4%. There were tons of witnesses that we got up below 4%. I think it's above 4% because you're here. It's climbing. But yeah, Spiffa, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we're at 4.6, but we dropped below, so I'm gonna call it a win. And I'm gonna try to make it to FedEx so I could get that drop. No, you know what? I'm not even gonna try. We're gonna save it. I'm gonna upload it and we're gonna play it one round of GeoGuessr, and then we're gonna raid somebody. This is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. It was, gentlemen. Thank you for vouching for me. And Biffa, I need to know if you're joining us for GeoGuessr because I promised you that we would do UK if you were in here. At 2.9%, indeed. Biffa causes unemployment. Biffa used his magical Biffa powers to get the unemployment rate above 4% so we could continue to stream. You try your best, Brucey boy. Seriously, it's awesome mod. Very, very helpful. I apologize for not adding it to my playset sooner. But we're there now. but we're there now. Okay, if you guys want to look at the spam, knock yourself out. I will try to get the mod set updated on my website soon. I'm behind on all of them. Well done. Thank you, Biffa. Okay, you guys can look me in the eyes for a second. While I get the GeoGuessr up. Yeah, so much spam, Komrowski. Like, part of me feels disappointed that we had to spam to get there. Part of me always knew that was where it was going to go, and it's fine. We did what we had to do. We made it work. You need this shirt? I just got it. It is the another Kohl's special. I decided to go shopping for right before I went to the Dells, and ended up walking out with way more than I intended to, because I feel like that's the Kohl's way. Then they give you $1,000 in Kohl's cash that I just don't want to spend, so I gave it to my wife, and she seemed happy. Okay. Biffa, are you joining us? Because if you are, we are doing the UK. Biffa's on YouTube though, so I got 15 seconds. Thank you guys for the hype train. Seriously, and again, this is the Vainglorious Gaming 4K monitor fund. So for everyone who gave, get this up, Lenny. Thank you for the gifted sub, dude. The gifted subs, the merch, all of it is going over to Vainglorious Gaming. Thank you for being a mod, dude. For real. Now, I'm gonna try my best to beat you. I feel like I have to. You must say that I'm lucky. My ear and nose location, they are perfectly placed to hold up my glasses. Do some famous UK stone formations. We're gonna do it. Well, let's see. We'll do UK, Biffa or not. And let's see. UK football stadiums. That one has a lot of hearts. What do you guys think about that? UK football stadiums. I feel like that'd be a fun one. You're back. Did we reach 4%? We reached 2.9%. It's uploaded if you want to take a look at it. We're doing it. UK football stadiums. If you have any interest in coming up with UK football stadium locations, there is the link. And then after this, we'll go raid somebody. I don't even know who's on. Yay, sports ball. Indeed. Hi, Gon. Good to see you, buddy. I need to respond to your message. Thank you again for the assets, dude. Seriously. Honestly, like, it was the perfect ending for the video. While we're waiting, can we do it? You know what? I have a moderator now. Brandon, can we poll to see if we go to Moose Jedi or Kodiak? That would be amazing. Thank you, Phil. So generous. You truly appreciate it. No, dude. I like, seriously, like, it's a privilege. And also, I think that I think you're wrong. You're gonna lose today. You're gonna actually. I'm probably. This is not a good one. So thank you for the poll, dude. That's amazing. I have to tell you how nice it is to not do the poll myself. too late, Komrowski. Otherwise, I would have. I would have. Wait for next time. How does this work? So basically, you join in, and I'm gonna hit start. And if you're in, you're able to. You have to try to find the location that we're at. Look for context clues, phone numbers, weather, different things around the stadium, whatever it is. And ooh, air quality alert. Bummer. Yeah, look for context clues and then find the location on the map. It's a Google map. You just put a pin in there. And if you're the closest, you get the most points. And there's generally, 5 rounds? So yeah. Looks like we're going to Kodiak. Or is the poll still going? I can't tell. It's still going. So far, Kodiak is winning. Moose is now winning. But there's like no votes. So guys, what's separating Moose and Kodiak is 2 votes. All right, guys. I'm going to give you guys another 10. Actually, at the end of the poll, we're going to start it. The poll's almost done. Stop the count. Kodiak is winning by 5 votes right now. And we're almost at the end. 1 vote is separate. Oh, Moose is pulling ahead. Moose is now leading by 13 votes. Now it's up by 20. Pulling ahead by 30. 29. End of the vote. End of the vote. And we're going to see Canadian Moose at the end of this. Thank you. Thank you. Every vote does matter. Although I will say at the end it didn't. Fuzzy, thank you so much for becoming an associate planner over on YouTube. As far as getting Frozzy the PC, I can at least take it with me and then easily drop it off in the morning. I have a lot of stuff I've got to do in the morning, so we're good. All right, guys. Welcome to the Swansway. Nantwich Town FC? I've never heard of that. Okay, context clues. Swansway Stadium Dabblers? Nantwich. I mean, that's the name of the city. I have no idea where that is. I don't know nothing about the UK. Oh, no. Is it Wales? So I know that much. This is Wales over here. Or is it over here? Hold up. There's Cardiff. I know that's in Wales. There it is. Wait, Swansea? Is it near this? I thought I saw something that was... Poplar's locking in. Poplar, you've made maps in the UK. So you've probably studied maps in the UK. Oh, this is not right. That's where I'm dropping the pin. It's better to have something than nothing. Okay. Well, that's a strong start. Picana, you know exactly where it is. Astro Antonio as well. Okay, this is going to be hard. Let's see. There are 61 participants. I'm in 44th. Awesome. Lenny, good job too. Wait, you're not playing? I saw that you locked in. It said that you locked in. We're on the pitch. Wait, we can't move? Proud sponsor? Met coaches. This is crazy. Like, you'd have to absolutely know where you are. There's no way to figure this out unless I knew what that logo meant. The maximum is 100. Is there an imposter? You guys think it's in Scotland? There might be an imposter, or maybe, did you even try? If you tried, then maybe, I don't know. Maybe I misread. I thought I'm 95% positive I do. I didn't though. So is that the Scottish flag? State of Trent, England. I'm gonna add a. I have no idea. This is impossible for me. Yeah, totally knew that one. That was very, 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 very difficult. No freaking way. No way. No way. That tornado watch. Okay, we'll be off here in a couple minutes, and then I will go and I will bury myself in the ground. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I meant like I will go underground, like a mole. I'll be a mole person. Borough Hinge Road. This is England? Well, so, okay. Mystery meat over on YouTube. Every time I see a YouTuber helping me, I question whether it is, you guys are 15 seconds behind and actually not helping. Okay, garbage truck. That's not helpful. It just says Biffa. This is hard in your English? Cool. Well, I feel like that was taunting. I don't even see where the football stadium was. Is it? Oh, there's a light. Oh, there it is. There it is. Tunbridge? That sounds familiar. I don't know why. Maybe I'm making that up. It's UK, not England? Right. I was looking at chat, and as a result, I made 0 guesses, and it was London. That's amazing. Oh. Hi, Gun. Thank you. Yeah, when in doubt, plop in the middle of England. That would be smart. Sussex. Isn't that where is that where Harry is the prince of? So is that outside of or is that not, am I not understanding the royal family correctly? It feels like that should be big then, but I don't know where that would be. Is that in England? That one hurts. It does. That one really hurt. That one felt terrible. I was riding a high before GeoGuessr, and now I feel like this might be the worst game of GeoGuessr that I've ever played. I might as well guess France right now. Where is Sussex? This is, I'm gonna be completely upfront with you guys. This is going to cause me to obsessively go over maps of the UK because I'm so disturbed at this point. The other thing that's disturbing to me, and I've talked with who was it that I talked with about this? Mac Welshman. About how many places, particularly around me, are named after places in England and the UK in general, and it makes all these places sound familiar, and I don't know why, and that's why. People got here and they were just like, I'm just going to name it after something I've seen in the UK. Victoria Inn. No one cares about like Sussex, like Sussex, Wisconsin. That's probably why I saw it. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be no problem. Everything feels like a problem. This looks identical to the UK asset pack, the medium density terraced housing. Of course, I've gotten so far away from the stadium at this point. I'm just like admiring the architecture, which is not helpful. Not at all helpful. Looks like Norfolk. Okay. I've got 10 seconds. Where is that? Where is that? London. I got it further away. Were you right? Were you right? I have no clue. I have no clue. What I will say is I managed to finish in 50th, which is crazy. So Festive River, good game. Busby, good game. Noah and Noah, good game. Mountain Lake, good game. Mountainous Lake, rather. Redhead, good game. And Hidden, good game. Grey Noise, good game. Lenny Bronx, good game. Vainglorious Gaming, way to beat me once again. Wasn't hard this time, though. Wait. Phil Fu, hold on. You've been working on the map since Magnolia County, since it was released. A little under 300,000 residents. Would I like to see it? I would. Send it my way. Go on Discord, shoot me a message. Philo Fu. That sounds like that sounds like a cool video. I want to see what someone else's vision for Magnolia County is. Please post it. Please post it. That'd be super cool. But for today, that last one was tough. They were all tough for me. Gotta go. Hey, Tygon, thank you again. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who's been here today. Thank you for hanging out. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you did as well. Next week, it'll probably be a nighttime stream where we continue to build my hometown. Yeah, 5 hours. It's a good one. I had a lot of fun. You didn't see the stadium either? Good. It wasn't just me. Can we give YouTube some hearts? We're going to kick him off before we raid. If you're on Twitch, please don't leave. Even if you just say hello to Canadian Moose, let's be friendly. And yeah, got a good stream. YouTube. Thank you so much, YouTube. If you guys missed the video, there's an hour and 20-minute long Magnolia County out there right now. If you're into movie length City Skylines 2 videos, I've got one. Thanks. You enjoyed the stream? Thank you so much, man. Thank you. To everyone who's here today, thank you so much. Share my save game. Yes, please share the save game so I can take a look. So good you might rewatch in a few days. Dude, thank you. Super generous. I will be going through the comments in a little bit. YouTube, gonna say goodbye to you. See you next time. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, the Planksta. Don't do that. Okay, we say goodbye to YouTube. Holy cow. YouTube chat going nuts. Bye, guys. All right. Twitch. Wait, Brandon. Can you start?